Hello and good morning. Right, today we are on a different mission. Morning, Stingy. We're on a different mission, and it's something called, I'm going to try and say it, but I know I'll get it wrong. It's a mission by GhashPL. We're based in Syria, as you can tell by the dust and the sand blowing around. And I think it's called Salix Waffafucker or something like that. I'm not quite 100%, but it's a mission by Gash, and it looks like from the briefing, unless there's a separate briefing on a per aircraft base. Oh, there it is. You're right, Spatey. So we've got to destroy all the enemy units defending Thala and Kakalakaraka airports. And as he said, this mission, and I'll read this bit out because you have to give credit where credit's due. So this mission was sponsored by supporters of twitch.tv/GhashPL. Okay, so it was his supporters that funded him doing this mission. So it's worth pointing out because, you know, credit's due basically. Hey Barbie. I'm sorry I was a bit late. It's because Cookie's on and I've been chatting, and because Cookie hasn't been around for ages, blame him. Not sure what his email address is that you can write to and complain, but yeah, it's definitely his fault. I may be streaming just a little bit later today, depending how my legs and feet go. I'll have one interruption. I've got a parcel coming between 10 and 11 or 11 and 12 or something like that. So we've got Muwafaka or something like that for planes, FARPs for helicopters, takeoff, blah blah blah. Alright, we've got which runway to take off, by the way, and land on, so just make sure you read the briefings. Thala enemy area to retake. Oh god, all these names, it's bad enough with the corpses. Shaba. Ground targets in urban area, Kakalaki, protected enemy fighter base, and Marge, oh, for God's sake, protected enemy fighter base. Subtasks: destroy Mirage F1 at waypoint 2 in hardened shelters, blah blah blah. Destroy, we're not going to get there. What was that? Sorry? Which bit? You what? Sorry, I missed that. Oh yeah, not for you. I was on about the people in the planes. Oh God. half an ear open, huh? So basically, the idea is then waypoint. Hey, you're right, yeah. So let's get on and work our way up. So we've got waypoint 2, that's where we're supposed to retake. Okay, so it's there. Okay, so that's what I'll be doing then. So if we have a quick look at the F10 map, spawning over here, we've got a FARP single. I think this is where we rearm reload. It looks like pups in a Chinook. And so when I take off, is that you in the field next to me, Cookie?
Yeah.
Because you haven't got, oh no, I can see your name. Oh yeah, sorry, I couldn't see your name overlaid. I thought you hadn't got a name then for a minute. No worries. So we've got to go 197 once we start up. So I'm going to start off in the Apache, just so I can get a recce really and see what goes on. So I'll go through the Apache startup. If there's any questions, guys, I know there's not many on at the moment, so make the most of it. Just ask anything you like, although 3 of you I know you are anyway. So we're going to start off switching on the battery. See the battery starting to come on here by the fact things are lit up. We're going to switch on the APU. We should see the APU light come on there telling us it's started. Comms is probably set to the wrong channel anyway. Okay, so there's nothing yet because no one's there on comm, so don't worry. We'll be there soon. Okay, so I've shut the doors. Thank you. Is it Blasey or Blazy? Yeah, it's unfortunately my woman reads it quite literally. Yeah, that's fair enough, matey. See how you go. So we're going to start the engine up now. We're going to use the left engine, push the little lever forward, keep an eye on the numbers over here. When they get to about 2024, press the throttle into the idle mode, which I'll just do now. And then this engine will start up. Okay. I'm also going to turn the primary light on here so that when I come to align my IHADs, we'll get the little reference concentric circles in that little viewer. So I'll just switch the IHADs off for now. If it needs turning up a little bit, just let me know. Hopefully it should be loud enough. I might need it turning up a bit at my end, so just bear with me. I do wish it wouldn't keep disappearing now every time I click out the screen. It is a pain in the ass. Star Citizen has actually got it right. It just stays there whatever my cursor is. Okay, once this has gone down below 70. Oh, thank you, pup. 43 months. Nearly 4 years. Okay, so it's down below. We're going to start the other engine off. And as you can see, once you've pushed the throttle forward a little bit, it can be a little bit difficult. You have to manoeuvre around so you can see this red switch. So we press that one forward. And again, look at the numbers over here. And then once they get to 20 to 24, we're going to press the right throttle. If anyone's got any questions, please jump in. Usual caveat, I don't know my way around the whole thing, especially terminology on this, to be fair, but I'm getting the hang of it. Tomorrow, I'll mention it again later, I'm doing some Huey training from about 10 o'clock GMT. I believe there's probably 2 or 3 people already coming on it. It's going to be open to anybody who wants to come in. So if you fancy learning the Huey from scratch, or you've been having problems with a Huey, then please jump in. You're more than welcome. Also, if you intend flying the Apache or the Shark, it's always worth learning the Huey first. Hey matey, we're on a different mission now, slightly different. So I didn't know whether we'd exactly be on this or the one last week. Last week was really good. I enjoyed that. I think everyone else did as well. I was going to use my own, to be honest. I was just going to pick one of my missions where I've already added the right level of wind and some packages and things like that. So I should be okay with that one, Spatey, I think. But thank you very much. Hey, your Thunder Race. Yeah, I've got some more memory coming today, and then I should have more than enough to do most things with a bit of luck. It makes quite a big difference the way I'm streaming to the other channel, because it's just completely offloaded from my machine, and it just works. Do you know what I mean? So I quite like that. It makes me wonder whether it's worth buying another box and stream to Twitch in the same way and then leave my computer to do what it does. And I could probably do that all off the same feed anyway. But I'll think about that later, I think. Right, okay, so now that both engines are up and running and the second one's down below 70, what I'm going to do is start moving the throttles forward. You'll see the engines are all synced up. And it'll only go so far, and then even though your real life throttles will keep going, it does actually stop around here. You'll see that in a minute. There is some sort of extra power you can get, but I don't think we need to go into there. Okay, right, so now we've got the aircraft started up. There's a few things we'll set up first. So we'll start with show. This isn't quite as bad as normal because the background texture is brown. I'll still drop it a little bit so it stands out. So we're going to go to show, switch on the CPG Copilot gunner cursor, threat show, stick on threats and targets. We're going to click TSD and go to ASE and select util. And we're going to put on the RLWR, which you'll immediately start hearing threat warnings. Okay. Over here, we're just going to uncage standby attitude indicator. We're going to turn all the knobs up. We'll look down here and we're just going to turn them all up to full. We're going to push the squelch buttons forward. What squelch does is it's a method within radio communications that basically sets a baseline that you set, and it will remove all the noise from the channel, and then when somebody transmits, you'll hear the person transmit, but as soon as there's no transmission, it'll go quiet again. If you ever had analog or Auntie Mary Citizens Band radios back in the day, it depends how old you are, you always have that white noise hiss in the background, but yeah, you use squelch and you could just filter it out. That's all that's doing. We're going to switch these on. This is the radar warning one here, which is always worth having turned up. By default that used to be turned off fully. That's since changed.
Because I have to clear up the rubble left after a delivery van knocked down my garden wall.
Oh, did they just bugger off when they did it, or did you sort of catch them? I would have made them do it. Okay, we're going to click on the COM button.
Yes.
Oh, right, so they're going to come back and rebuild it and everything. I'm going to click MAN, and then I'm going to click on the VHF frequency there. And what that is going to do is bring it up over on this little panel. They scarpered. Have you got no neighbours with CCTV or something like that? 124.000. Hit enter. And now we're all on comms. So with a bit of luck, let's try and remember which button it is. 124 radio check. I don't think it's that one. Could be this one. 124 radio check.
124 radio check.
Yeah, copy that. I assume you could hear me, Cookie.
Yes, I could. Now I'm trying to find out which button is my push to pull.
Right, just type in VoIP. You worked, because I had the same problem. I've got two set and I didn't know which one.
What, you heard me?
Yes, but did you hear me?
Nobody wants to help us. They are worried they may be implicated.
Ah. Right, so talk on your radio and I'll tell you which one it is.
124 radio check.
That's the one, but it sounds like your input might be turned up high. It needs to be about 20% or less. But that one. Can you confirm mine as well, please? 124 radio check. Is it that one?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, mine's turned down to about 18% input. Well, right, I'm gonna turn you down on the other bit then.
Audio is good on the other side, by the way.
Oh, excellent. Thanks, matey. Yeah, I think I got that sus now. Are you being sarcastic there, Arthur? How are you, by the way, matey? I hope you're well. Where's all my users gone? Why can't I see my users? There's me. Where's Cookie? I can't see Cookie. That's no good. But at least I know where it is. It just means he'll be a bit loud till I can get onto him and then turn him down. Right, okay, so once we've got to here, what we need to do then, if I mentioned earlier about alignment, how are you, Arthur? And we're going to click Boresight, and then we're going to click iHads. Hopefully all this text is fully readable. You can instantly see the concentric circles that I referred to. So I'm just going to take my head tracking off pause, move it to a position that I use as my point of reference, which is about there, switch on my iHads, and then look down and align the center of the iHads with the center of that there. Now, if it's a little bit out, it doesn't really matter. I just naturally adjust. You had a shimmer of sun. We had a little bit of a wind. Now, I was mentioning this, right, at work. I went to work. I was up at 1:15, out at 2:20, had an 80-mile drive up north to where it was windier. Got to work, no problem. And they're like, when they come in, because I was in like 4 in the morning, and they're like, oh, you came from all the way down there to come to work. And I said, well, when I was younger, we used to have windy days. We used to have gusty days. We used to have blustery days. And wind didn't have a name. I said, nowadays it seems that you get a bit of a blustery day and it's like, you know, we can't cope. Do you know what I mean? It's getting ridiculous. It's like you get sort of about, I don't know, a centimetre of snow and the country stops and they shut schools because the teachers can't get in anymore. It's just pathetic. But anyway, I digress. I'm sounding like a moany old fart, aren't I? Right, okay, so we've got that set. He's segueing out into something completely different. Let's have a look here. Fuel. That should already be doing what it's doing, which it is. They have fixed some bugs here and there. We're going to waypoint 1. Go RTE. It says waypoint 2. Does it? Oh yeah, it'll be waypoint 2. We're probably at waypoint 1, which we are. It's already set up, so that's quite good. Let's go on to video. We're going to switch on TADS, and we'll go and view TADS. We also need to go to weapon here and go to acquisition, and for now we'll use the gunner's helmet sight. Okay. Let's switch this back off, go back to TADS there, and then we'll go and get some weapons. Right, let's switch this on now. Just let it do its bit test. Anyone got any questions, please ask. Blue smoke rearming, is it, by the way? It's probably not actually, it's probably this one over there by the greenery.
No, that's the... where you load the...
Oh, cargo. Okay, so we need to go to the FARP single one, I guess, which is further back.
Yeah, you see where I am.
Yeah, it's over by the trees, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, this is on, so I'm going to switch it to ARM for now. Not do much else. We've got no weapons as far as I'm aware. Nope. So we need to load. Let me put this on, as always, just so you can see, and we'll go. So we're going to do a little bit of left and a little bit of left over on the cyclic as well. I know it all sounds rather technical. A little bit of left. Just gently easing the collective up to see what the helicopter's going to do. Okay. Right, okay, first beep. So, first person to tell me why it just beeped. It's always the same thing with me. It's beeping away. Anyone know what the beep is? See, this is how much attention everybody pays when I go through the startup, and I always say, if I don't do this, then it's going to beep. So now it's beeping, and I say, so what is it that's beeping? And everyone's like, I don't know. So I think... Put your gear up. That's quite funny, Arthur. I like that.
Morning.
Morning, Stingate. Yeah, it is that one there, I think.
Hello.
and not set.
Nope. Far more simpler.
Or the height.
No, really, really simple. I can do it now when I'm down anyway. APU. APU's still on. That's all it is. And it just beeps at you and beeps at you and beeps at you and doesn't stop. Right, let's have a look at the weapons then. Let's see what we're allowed to have if I'm at the right place. So, stick with a hat on, otherwise known as a mast and mounted antenna, I believe, or a fire control radar. We're going to put L's on because I've got the fire control radar on. Although, to be fair, when you're flying with...
Charlie X7 said, "Are you dirty dog?"
Hey, hello, Charlie. Are you dirty dog?
I'm glad I didn't have a go.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Either it's out of context or I'm missing this.
Mel said, "Thank you for the follow."
Charlie MX. I'm completely confused. Oh, right. These Ks actually are much more fun when you're flying with two people in the ship. Let's turn the fuel up. Let's see what weight I've got. Brilliant. I've got loads of space. Livery, if we get...
Charlie X7 said, "I would have guessed Apple."
Yeah, you would have done, and you would have won then, wouldn't you? If only, right, I was... if only I was doing a competition where you win an Apache, you would have won that Apache. But don't be too disappointed, it might have been something else.
Just messing around with you, mate.
I know, matey, don't worry.
What you are doing.
Charlie, you'll get used to my humour. I respond well to people messing around, but the trouble is I'm too dry, so sometimes people don't realise I'm messing around as well. So apologies for that, but you'll get used to it. Anyway, right, so we got a copy, which means we're being loaded with weapons, fuel, and while we weren't looking, they've given us a quick paint job, which is always good. We got the stick with a hat on, otherwise known as the FCR. Do you know what? It's a good thought, but it always does the same message, and it's a bit short for, hey mate, you forgot to switch your APU off, because there's usually quite a few beeps. How many beeps in a letter usually? Up to 6, is it? Something like that. But yeah, it's a good thought actually. It's probably true with also, you know, all the missile warnings, especially if people are blind. You know, you've got an audible warning to tell you what's wrong.
You should be. Dash.
Can you not sort of say it, Arthur? Like,
If you're blind, you shouldn't be flying.
see, you are paying attention. It depends. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I'm in one of those moods. You know what it's like. I've had a good week this week. Or a good week from my point of view. Okay, so we're going to move up to waypoint 2. So this is a completely different mission. So as usual, for the first thing, what we're going to do is just move on. The mission isn't quite as structured as last time, but we do have specific areas to work on. So we've got to go to Thala. So that sounds like Klingon Thala. Do you know what I mean? So I suppose now this could be... Pardon? Somebody shot you already?
I was just sat on the ground minding my own business and I've just been shot. Oh, I see. Might be...
I can't see any message about you being shot at.
I ain't dead yet. I'm looking around with an engine out.
That's rather clumsy. How long did you say you've been flying this?
Oh, well, that's...
Oh, geez, man. That's what happens. You don't take it seriously, you just rock and engines drop off.
Basically, not far from it, there
Yep.
was some masts, and it looked to me like it was a helicopter behind us.
Okie dokie. That's quite a good one to be aware of, assuming everyone else is listening. Right, okay, in that case, what I'm going to do now is go down to FCR. Let me get rid of the iHads. It's such a pain in the ass sometimes, especially when I'm trying to show people things, right? So we'll go down to the FCR, switch the FCR button on the left screen, go to util, and then click MMA pinned, and that'll change it to MMA normal. Override the bit test, bit being built-in test, and this just makes it come up faster. Okay, so we've got that on. We also we're going to override the arm, because you won't let you arm when you got weight on wheels, so to speak. So we're going to override that. I need to select this screen, and as I mentioned before, when you're in the pilot seat, unless they've changed it, there's a hat here, and it allows you to choose HMD, TADS link and FCR, but there's no clickable button, which I don't quite get. But when I select the button or hat I've got selected, it moves, and you just think, well, it would be a bit easier to sort of be able to click sometimes. I know you're flying a helicopter and all the rest of it, but it just gives an idea of where the switch is for people. So we've got that selected. Okay, on our weapons, at the moment we're not armed. I can arm the weapons. We've only got 8 laser guided, and we're currently on auto, which means it's going to fire up the missile that we've actually got selected. It's full for day. Yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean? So what I'm going to do, right, is go back to TSD. I'm going to just take off. Let's put my iHads back on, and I'm going to do some quick scans to see if I can find anything that Cook is looking for. Now, as you probably heard him say, he's only been flying, right, this... Hey, hello. You all right, CJ? Just if you flip over to your controls, just do a search for VoIP, and it'll show you straight off. Right, so let's just take off.
What is it? 2?
One of them is for an intercom when you've got 2 of you in there, and it should be fairly obvious from there. And the other one is your main comms. It should tell you. Right, let's select that button again, because as you can see, we're now out of the FCR. So let's go back into here, make sure it's selected, and let's do a scan. So again, we haven't played this map before, so I'm just going to have a little fly around. I'll do a scan as I go around. I wonder if it wasn't one of our lot either, because it's not registered, because you're still alive, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Basically, it was the slow destruction of a helicopter, but I was alive and it
Can I ask a question? You know, did you actually move? Had you moved away to go and do a rearm and that?
No safety guard
Oh, I
in
left
the
base.
army.
I was just about a minute right time towards waypoint 2.
Right, okay.
And there, some buttons rather than getting into a mess later. And while I was working it out, I got shot at what looked like
Right, okay, no worries.
it was a gunship.
Yeah, I was just having a quick scan around the base to check, but if you was on the way, I'll... yeah, I take it you haven't got as far as FCRs and all that nonsense yet, have you?
Well, enough. That was why I was sat on the ground trying to work out.
Okay. It's, to be honest, that's one that grabs everybody. So you hit the big FCR button, and then on the top right-hand side of the screen you see util. And then once you look there, look down on the bottom and you can see it says pinned on the lower right.
Right.
And then you click that, and then on the left-hand side you'll see it's running a bit test, but there's a bit test override. And if you hit the bit test override, it'll just power up straight away without the bit. The other clever little bit from the pilot seat point of view is the actual hat in the cockpit that you would use, right, to select the FCR, you can't physically click on. So you're going to have to assign a hat to do it. And the way I did it was I used my big red button on my throttle, on my left throttle, as a what's it button, a mode. No, mode, what's it called? Modifier, yeah. Okay, so that's it. And then once you can select it, you just need to know how to do a short scan. So we're heading off towards waypoint 2, which is about 24 clicks away. Now I've stopped looking. Is the volume all right on the stream, by the way? It's just that where I am at the moment, it's relatively quiet. So I can't tell what the volume is on the stream. But I'm like that. I set it and then just hope it works. So I'm just slowed myself down a little bit. I'm using this hill. If Cookie was like a mile or so over, there may be a helicopter over that way. I need to make sure that my... 2 is the first one. And it's... you have to say it in Klingon, otherwise it sounds weird. And we go into Thela, okay, which is a base, which is heavily protected, so we need to take that first.
What waypoint's that?
Number 2. It should be default on the Apache, already set with a direct route. Right, now I'm going to just set the trim a little bit because I need to cough. I need to mute the mic, so just bear with me. Is that you, Stingy, just racing past me?
Probably.
Okay, well, Cookie did about a mile or so towards it and got shot down by a hind, so just be careful. More haste, less speed. I managed to do some mining yesterday, Stingy. I left something at the refinery, not much, just let's see what I get out of it, do you know what I mean?
So the box.
The boxes is, well, Platty explained it, and it is more or less, put it in a backpack, put it in a box, take the box to the freight elevator, put the box downstairs, move it over, move it back, empty the box, you'll have lines of crystals, put the elevator back down, move them over to the... And I went, you know what, I can't be arsed with the idiocy of it. So I'm not going to bother doing hand mining or rock mining. And what I actually meant to say was with the... not the rock miner, what was the other thing? The ship mining. That's what I tried yesterday. But it does look like we need like some 2 or 3 handed ships to break some of the rocks because it doesn't take much and you suddenly can't do anything.
It's okay to ruin some of your
No, matey.
Seem to scan.
The reason you can't scan is because you haven't selected the screen. So you've basically selected it, and when you look down, you see your little hat select FCR.
I've changed the mode. Scan.
Well, it won't have changed your switch. And just to make sure, if you just drop yourself down and then press your button, just make sure that it's going to where you think it is. But mine's just worked straight out of the box. But it just sounds a little bit odd. It sounds like the active screen. That's what it sounds like to me, unless you're using a mode switch. But if you will go and buy non-Warthog stuff, it makes it difficult for me to help you. And the other thing is, now you've gone racing off in front as well, is that I'll pick you up on my radar and I won't know whether it's you or the enemy one. So there's another little hill over there. We're still 22 clicks away. But maybe that hill, you can see it just behind these trees here, would be quite useful to fly behind. There's a few more people on at the moment. Hello and welcome to the channel. Tomorrow, around about 10 GMT, I'll be doing some Huey training. That's because there's somebody from the channel who watches, and they bought the Huey. They've got the Apache, and they're having a problem with the Apache. But when I asked them, they're having the same problem with the Huey as well. So my view, and it is my view only, if you want to fly the Apache, then you want to learn how to fly the Huey first. Once you've learned that, go and fly the Shark, and then go to the Apache. Everything you learn in the Huey and the Shark will help with the Apache. The main thing is the Huey is like the key to all helicopters.
1975 said they also leave the APU on.
Yeah, it's just one of those habitual things. Especially in this, I don't do it on other things. It's just this. I mean, the F-18, I've never left the APU on at all. Not once. In the A10C, I had a habit of leaving it on a little bit. In fact, when I first learnt, somebody told me you'd got to leave it on, and I was like, that don't make sense. So I tested it with it off, and then eventually learnt a bit more. But this is the thing, if you're learning from people learning sometimes, including myself, you may get a little bit of duff information. That's why I don't do teaching on this thing. I'll explain it, but I don't do any one-to-ones because I'm not knowledgeable enough for me to be able to teach anybody properly. I can give you some guidelines, but that's about it. This is really nice, isn't it, Syria? We haven't flown Syria for a long time. It's quite heavy on memory, and if you've only got 32 gig, trying to use Syria and stream at the same time is a no-no. So what used to happen is my machine would crash, run out of memory. I then got a new machine. I know it sounds a bit daft, but I updated and I had 64 gig in. It was absolutely fine. Then I had a memory problem, and I got replacement memory and I still had a memory problem. So now I've got 64 gig in 2 chips instead of 4, and I've got some more coming, and hopefully it works. Otherwise it's telling me my system board's a bit knackered. If it doesn't work, I may have 2 16 gigs and or 2 32 gigs for sale DDR5. Not the fastest, around about 5200, something like that, but it is really good. So if anyone's interested, but we'll find out, shall we? Find out once I try it. So we've got a hill here. Now if I go all the way up the hill, then I'm just going to sit really, really proud. Now I've got a couple of choices. I either go round to the side there and that gives me cover on the left hand side, or I don't go all the way forward to the brow of the hill. So what I'm going to do is just slow down here a little bit, and then I'm going to put on the attitude hold, and then I'm going to put on the altitude hold as well, and I'll just let the helicopter do what it's going to do.
Looks okay. DCSR.
You're right, CJ. Are you? If you want to really see what it looks like, go on to the other channel, because I'm streaming on Twitch and I'm streaming on the other one as well. And you'll see what I see. Just trimming this back just a little bit more, just to get it slow down. Don't want to go too close to this edge, otherwise I'm going to be too high. Whereas if I actually stay lower down the hill, I'm still going too far forward for me. If I stay this side of the hill, then when you play the angles game, in other words, if I'm on the top, I'm going to be seen straight away. If I come from where I am or down beneath the hill, I can lift up very, very gently, and the viewpoint from over there is minimal, okay? Admittedly, they've probably got radars and things like that, but it's absolutely minimal. And so you never want to get at the top of the hill, you want to be back a bit. Or if I'm doing it from the trees, I want to be back away from the trees, so that the height I have to go is a little bit less, but the angle that is between us is really tight. Right, Stingy, are you off to my left? I've got a helicopter showing close to me.
No, it's just where you point.
Well, I'm just by a hill, right, and I can like overlook their base. The base is in the distance, about 20 clicks away.
Yeah, I'm to your west.
Right, so that's you. It's all right. There's something on my left that I can shoot, right? And what I don't want to do.
So I've got to reset. Not working.
Right, I've got possibly 2 helicopters, and I can't tell who they are, and I can shoot them, but I can't tell who they are, and I don't want to shoot you. We need to get the radio sorted. See what I mean? This one and that one, look. They're not flying dicky bows, I know when you look. You want me to just shoot them? Oh, there's the door, just 1 minute.
Free scan.
Sorry guys. I'll probably be dead when I come back. Right, that's good. Parcels come. Sorry about the coughing. Right, back in my chair. So you're okay for me to shoot them, yeah?
Yeah, completely clear.
Okay, let's
Scanning, fixing.
can you see what I'm doing? Look. I think they're enemy ones. Let's see what happens anyway. Alright, matey. Hey, Redbird, you're coming in today? We're flying Syria, and if you go, I haven't got the Syria map, then I think what you... Yeah, all good, thank you very much. Even better now that the parcel's come that I've been waiting for. You have? Excellent. No excuses then, matey. Right, let's get rid of this menu at the top, hopefully. And let's see what happens with these. Oh, for God's sake. You can confine the mouse to the game, but it's inconvenient, and all I want is the game to just 1 minute. I need to press that button. Rifle, or rifle should I say. Let's have a look, see what happens with that. It might not do anything at all. Don't think it shot anything, did it? I think it just blew up. I'm not in air-to-air mode. How the hell do I go to air-to-air mode in this?
Right, it's a KA-50 that's around our base. Just shot me out the sky.
Okie dokie. We've got a couple of other helicopters. Oh! Yeah, it wasn't you. I just shut up. That's fine.
No, it's a KA-50 that came around and got me.
It doesn't tell you that, does it? I'm looking.
Does it tell you where it was?
No. Right. Air-to-air mode. Anyone know how to get into air-to-air mode? I can't remember what the switch is. I'm sure I've got one set. But that's what I need to do, is put these into air-to-air mode. Anyone remember? Let's have a look. Is it that? Link down. No, 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 no. Air-to-air mode. What's it likely to be? Oh. I'm dead. I couldn't remember what my air-to-air mode was. Switch in the ship. I've tried it once. Anybody know what it is? Let's just type air. What are we getting? Let's try it under FCR, shall we? I have set the switch and I tested it when air-to-air first came out.
1975 said after
Could be, that's a good one, right. Mode.
is like FCR.
So we got
Left or right?
which one is it? Is that FCR left or right? Yeah, that's what. No, right is TADS. So 8 what's FCR? See, they abbreviate it. What the hell's that? Ground target mode, air target mode, down. Right, point of view, down. Right, it's this, I believe. Let's try. No, that's that one. Throttle. Which one is it? Right. I know what it is now. I don't know what map. Okay. So it's that. So the theory was right, but I didn't know what it was. And she can shut up. I'll go and get something now. She does go on a bit. Yes, yes. Right, okay. So it's the trouble is when I'm in the CPG, which I spent more time in there than I have in the cockpit, I think. The hat that I use for that is doing something completely different in the pilot seat, and it does tend to get a little bit confusing. But there's not a lot you can do about it. Okay, I'll get started up. Same process as before. If anyone's got any questions, please ask.
1975 said
Yep.
at CJS PCO the student becomes the teacher.
One of the things I've always said about this channel is I learn from you guys and you guys can learn from me, and I am happy to learn from anybody. There's an old English saying, and I know some of you aren't English, it's something like out of the mouths of babes and children. And what that basically means is don't write off something that somebody who is young tells you, because kids have a way of thinking sometimes, and of this has applied so many times. as an adult, you have lots of various modifications on the way you think, the way you analyse, the way you look. But kids don't have that. So they say straight out how they think. And you would normally say, don't be stupid.
I thought this was a living channel. Deeply disappointed.
You're right, Rain Dog. Thanks, mate. You're welcome too, you bugger. But sometimes kids will say something to you, and if you actually stop and look at what they say, and you go, do you know what? They're right. And that's where that saying comes from. So in this, you know, anybody turns around and tells me I'm talking complete bollocks and I've done something wrong, that's absolutely fine by me. It's not an issue. I would rather understand and learn and put it right than try and teach somebody something that I've misunderstood or I'm not aware of. Do you know what I mean? But I knew I'd got an air-to-air mode switch. I just could not remember what the hell it was. But you'll see this will change.
Reading you loud and clear.
And that'll all that'll be different this time, I hope. 4x5. Rather loud though, Spatey, to be fair. Okay, so we're going to switch the first engine on because I was obviously talking too much. How are you, Rain Dog? How's life in Wacko Wacko land? Sorry for putting my head in between your ears, by the way, when I was leaning forward there. Right, so first engine's going. If anyone's got any questions, please jump in. As I said, tomorrow we'll be doing some Huey training, going through the startup. One is because Lisa's going to go on there. She hasn't flown for ages. One, somebody who's having a bit of a problem, and one who does auto starts but then crashes. So what I want to do tomorrow is go through the startup and go through some of the basics and handling. And if you can do that for an hour, you'll find you'll pick up some basics. Obviously, if you want to get really skilled, you've got to put a lot more hours in. But as long as you get the fundamentals, you can sort of isolate where you go wrong. Okay, so we're going to start the second engine. Again, we're just waiting for the number to go up. Which one's that one? The Huey? Or the Apache? The 64, yeah, it is really nice AV8. It is a really nice module. It's at its best when there's two people in it, and when you're working together, communicating, and the pilot's putting you where you need to be. That's when it's at its best. Using AI is a bit of a, you know, a bit of a ball's ache. Oh, right. You'll have to, when you've done them all, you'll have to send us a picture or put it on our Discord. That'll be quite impressive. I know there's somebody done all of the co-pilot gunner screens and controls that you can get for, I don't know, 12, 1500. I'm hoping that link still works there, AV8. That link might have expired because, unbeknownst to me, because I don't do much Discord, the links don't last, and it's a pain in the ass. Right, I'm pushing the throttle up now. I'll probably have to wind up to about 2:30 because I have to have my hair cut. I missed it out in December. Beginning to look like a bloody shaggy dog. Bearing in mind I got a beard as well, and it's like longer than I usually have it, and I don't cut any of it myself. I go and get some Turkish barbers to do it. I don't want to waste 10 minutes every morning faffing around with a razor. I'm just so lazy. Right, okay. So engines are started. Good question. I can't do a lot for you at the moment while I'm streaming. I don't know a way of finding it unless anyone's kicking around. There's people who are maybe on who are just watching, who know where the Discord is. anyone can send it over, that would be good. And I'll just put it in live. I should make a note of it, but as I said, it only lasts, or seems to last, for a week or so, which is a pain in the ass. Maybe, oh no, that's still the same problem. I'll tell you what, the link for TeamSpeak works. So what we'll have to do is you'll have to jump into TeamSpeak at some point, and then somebody may be able to get it, but everyone's flying at the moment. I might have some mods on, I can't tell, can't see the I've got Rain Dog on. I don't think Rain Dog knows where it is, or although he's a special guest, I think. A little bit later we might know, but it's the same problem every week, and it is a pain in the ass. Right, okay, let's align my head tracking. Had a good week this week, I must admit. I've enjoyed it. So sometimes I get too manic and I talk more than other times. Not always the best, but hey, I can always tell. Oh, is there a thing on there? Okay, I'll have to have a look. Right, let me go to weapons. Again, let me zoom in so you can see what I'm pressing. Weapon, ball sight.
I'll turn my PC on and find it.
I'm sorry, matey. I'm a pain in the ass. Oh, you're on the iPad. Can't you get it on the iPad? Or you just not got... you can get it through a browser, can't you? Right, let's set this up. That'll do. Plenty good enough. But I'm sitting a bit too far back, but you know what, don't matter. It's rare for me to use the gun. Right, okay, so let's have a look. Vid, let's go TADS. Let's go TADS here. Let's go, what was it I wanted? Acquisition. Change that. Let's go TSD. This stuff I've already done, so I'm whizzing through it because I don't want to have to repeat it too many times. I don't mind if somebody wants me to go through it from scratch next time I start, that's fine. But some of the poor people watching at the moment, unfortunately, would have seen this time and time and time again. Right, I think I've done everything I need to. The radio's up. These are done, I think. Let's go and rearm reload, and then we can get going from there. I'll put this on. APU. Nobody reminded me. Have you switched the APU off? Yeah, nobody remembered.
Set your low height and pressure to 0.
Where is it? Where's my low height and pressure to 0? See, this is what I like. Where am I looking? Where's AC? I don't even know where it is.
Bottom right of the MPD.
Right, I've got you.
Kev said https://discord.gg/mds.
Thanks, Kev. So what am I setting to 0?
_goat said press T2FLT.
Oh, right, okay. And now what am I setting? Set, I guess. So what am I setting? Because I really don't know.
Press set.
Yeah, press set.
Rain Duggar said, I picked up a Samsung 32-inch collect monitor from Amazon refurbished for $170.00. Got it and it works and looks like it's brand new. Definite difference between flat and curved.
Oh, yeah. It's quite nice, is it? Press Alt. Type 0 on KU. Okay, so what am I doing? So press low to 20. Low.
_goat said, press low to 20.
Why is it going to 20? Oh, because we're just setting a low to 20. Right, okay. So I don't set it normally. So press low to 20, enter. Yep. That's not something I've ever used. And what was the other one you wanted? High to what? Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll realise that.
At 20 feet, pitching Betty says low height.
And what else? What was the other one? High to what?
That height's just
After 0 as
to
you're
your
on the
left.
ground.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. And high to whatever I want, I take it, yeah. And this is radar altimeter, is it? So this is this current altitude, and this is obviously standard pressure. It's 2992. Is this current altitude at the moment? See, I know all this in the A10, but I haven't touched it at all in the.
QFE, you're at an airfield, so airfield deviation.
Yeah, if I follow that, that should be set to local. I'm aware of that, and then we change it back to 2992. But is that our current altitude at the moment? So assuming I'd go through the procedure properly like I do with the A10, then I'd get the QFE for the area, change that accordingly, and then change it when I'm flying again. I would say that's the current altitude, is it? And I don't need to set it to high. Okay, thanks for that. I'll set that one in, and this has got to be radar altitude then, I'm guessing. And as is that, and then this is real, and that's, well, above sea level, I'm guessing. And then obviously that's standard temperature and that. Yeah? So I've got to remember that now for next week and build it in. Thank you for that. Right, okay, let's go and get some weapons. Oh,
TSD bottom left. Press AC bottom right. Press.
TSD bottom left. With respect to what? Press perf. Right, I gotcha. So what's on there? Oh, all the hover stuff. Oh, cruising, setting it all up. Yeah, this is what I was saying at the beginning. I don't know my way through the whole lot of it. This is my gross weight at the moment, I take it. Is there anything specific to set? So the Kia was causing you to crash?
Yeah, because I just flew fine when I was in the
So
when
inside
I
ground
put the
cushion
patches
units
absolutely
70%
fine, no
to
issues,
bubble,
stepped in the caravan,
87%
nothing pops with it,
outside
cracked.
the ground bubble. It changes with weight of aircraft.
Let's have a look where we're looking. Yeah, that sounds fair enough, Cookie. The Kia was quite new and it probably isn't optimised as much. Ice and OG, where are we looking? Right here. Right, I see. So this is dependent on weight. So inside ground cushion unit 70%.
Outside ground effect.
Yeah. Go no goes 100. Outside ground effect. Right, so in other words, what I don't understand is required 80%, go no go. Oh right, that's too low, right? And that one there is too high. So when you're inside ground effect, this is too high. If you're inside ground effect, it shouldn't be that high yet, so you're going to get errors and warnings. And with this one, you're not going to be able to do it at 80, it's got to be higher. So is that what you're telling me? And this is based upon the current ground weight. So when I put weapons on now, that is going to obviously change and give me some idea of settings. Is that what you're explaining, yeah? Let's go and have a look. Let's go over, pop some weapons and things on, and then see where we go from there.
H64 above 80 feet is classed as OH.
Right, okay. Right.
At full power, you're going to fall out the sky.
Yeah, I'm normally not too heavy, and
Don't be too heavy.
yeah, I'm not normally. I usually try and give myself a fair bit of headway. Just because you can doesn't mean say you should. Right, let's just jump up and over. So we're just going over here to rearm reload. So we've got the cargo over there.
So FYI, put the alt pod into hover as per the manual. It's much easier to hover.
Right, you mean when you say the... Oh, right, so put that alt hold. Oh, right, I see what you mean. So, before I even get to hover. I mean, I usually put it into hover, but I put it into hover once I've settled and then do it. You can see I've got some work to do on the on this. That'll teach me as well for getting into something that isn't finished. Right, I see what you're saying now.
Once in a hover, engage the bat out.
No, I don't know that either. Oh, barometric.
Put it into hover without manually. A faint underscore goat said, "Far out." Charlie Mix 7 said, "Co-pilot."
Right, where was I? Oh yeah, I'm going to have to try and remember this. Let's go and put the stuff on that I need. So when we've actually put all the missiles on, we got K's and L's. What the hell is that? I don't want those underwear there. Oh yeah, sorry. Right, so where are we? 18. We've got, I don't know, just under a couple of thousand. If I push this up too much, that's nearly 19. We've still got quite a bit there. Probably don't need it all, but again, some of this fuel will go by the time we get to where we're getting. Change the skin and make sure we get a copy. This still isn't sorted so that it won't give you a copy if you're not on the right radio. That's the point. Have I changed the radio? No. So I need to just change the radio, and I can't read that at all. So let's see, I'll find this out.
Underscore goat said, "The Charlie Mix 7 on the ground. Engage and hold. You should be idling around 20+% power. Note your edge on the puff page. Gently go through to edge. Settle around 20 to 30 feet."
Oops. Let's cancel that. Right, okay, radio's done. 124 radio check. Got nobody on. Right, where was I? Oh yeah, I want this on early, don't I? So
Charlie Mix 7 said, "Thank you."
okay, get up the hole, you should be idling around 20% power. Where was I? Oh yeah. Started reading then. Right. Let's put that back on. This is the problem. I don't know whether anyone else has problems, but I can't read, even though I'm playing in 4K. At the range I am from my monitor, I can't read that. But I'm probably 3 foot away from the monitor, to be fair. Right, okay, so what we're going to do now is take off and head over towards waypoint 2. One thing I wanted to do, which I'll have a look at in a minute, is look at the differences between our in-ground effect hover and outside ground effect. Right, okay. It's blasted everyone with the radar. If anyone's got any questions, please ask. I can't answer everything, but AV8's on, so it'll be able to help, hopefully, which is appreciated, but don't feel obligated, by the way. Have we got anyone this side of the hill? Or a dead helicopter anyway?
Oh, I've littered it. Dead helicopters.
Okay, I've got a helicopter that doesn't look dead to me. Have you landed anywhere close? This needs to get back up.
Several. 3 or 4 of them are down there, close to the airfield.
So I'm scanning and I've got a helicopter.
But Charlie looks 7 also seeing how he just turned right. That it counter
I'm
torque
heading
for the tail
towards the hill
So
now.
when you pull in power, counter left pedal. When you decrease power, right pedal. Also as you pull in, the aircraft wants to tip over. This is called inflow roll, so you'll want to gently counter cyclic.
Right, sorry, what was that word, are you, Stingy?
I'm heading towards one of the hills.
Yeah, I've got somebody quite close range. Can't tell who it is.
Just ahead of you to your left.
So, was I doing that wrong by the way, AV8? Or is it just something I do without realising what I'm doing?
You two lads need to be on the same data net. You can send
Oh, I know, yeah.
present position and farm reports.
Yeah, we've gone through that, me and one of the other guys. The trouble is, it depends what stage, because a lot of the people on here basically are viewers that come in or join us, or people, and it depends on where they are, how much information you can give them, basically. So there's a tendency to let people do what they're doing until we get to a point where that information, which obviously is coming up to now, isn't it, is going to be a problem if they don't know how to do it. But we've gone through it.
So all helicopters counter turn. It's called
Yeah.
Newton's third law. Every action has equal and opposite reactions.
Interestingly, I did Newton's third law at school many years ago in physics. And Newton's third law has since been disproved under certain conditions, which is interesting. And yet we still refer to it as the de facto standard, because in most cases it works. And the same with water. When I was at school, you could not reverse the effect of mixing hydrogen and oxygen to make water, and now you can. Do you know what I mean? It's fascinating. It's like when there was a great aunt of mine, and when people started talking about spaceships and rockets, she said, you know, locally they would be called witches.
124.
5x5. which is bizarre, don't you think? And we still refer to some of these laws. Right, there's Stingy, look. Did anyone try and broadcast then? Because we got a bit of white noise. Pardon?
I did, and you acknowledged it.
Yeah, no, just there was a load of white noise.
Using Newton's third law for explaining how lift works instead of Bernoulli's pressure theory.
Radio check 1 to 4.
Yeah.
5
Yeah, that's interesting because it's. I think people often forget that flight is all based on fluidics, and that basically we're just dealing with a very sort of not so dense water. Yeah, it's like there was just a keen noise. Oh, that's you, Sting. There was just a keen noise rather than any audio coming through, so that's what I was wondering. Right, so let's linger around here, or loiter around here a little bit. So normally, I just slow it down anyway. Not too high. Whoops.
I also found that when I'm
Interesting.
flying Apache, most of the time the aircraft wants to fly sideways. I can't keep it dead straight unless I'm holding my right rudder.
Let me get control of this. I'm not sure what happened then. It was slowing down nicely.
Is that just how it works?
Um,
Or Dren?
what you've got to, yeah, it's basically you trim the tail as well, and you've really got to keep an eye on it. When it flies, it will fly slightly skewy, but you can trim that out. So what you're looking for, I am having a bit of an issue here, and I'm not sure why. Unless I'm overweight, which I could be, I guess. Let me just get control of this back. So, what was your problem you're having? Let's see what this does. So when you're less than 40, by the way, and you put the attitude hold on, it will try and go into a hover. And I always sort of, like the shark, try and pull the speed down and everything first before I even stick it into that mode. It just makes it seem to happen quicker. So, right thing. So I also found that when you're trying to fly the Apache most of the time, yeah, I can keep it.
There is a small symbol in his eye arts.
Yeah.
It's a circle with a set of wings almost.
Yeah, your
The
VPP.
velocity vector.
Yeah.
Basically fly the aircraft to that. It's pointing when you're heading.
Yeah. So on the axis when it's being held, I can't remember if it's the trimmer or the attitude. The rotational and the pitch is different, isn't it? Is it a 4 and a 6 in terms of the amount that the trimmer can hold it? Where are you? Oh well, at least I can shoot something now. So where is he, Stingy? I'm not seeing anything yet. What, really close? Oh yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, it's alright. Stop panicking, there he is. It was me going for a control then, thinking, where is it? I saw him, Stingy, but I hadn't got the thing in, and he wasn't even being picked up on my radar. But the problem is with that is it was set to the wrong height, I suspect. Yeah, you have to set up a load of switches, but then there's also a height mode. And I suspect the height mode wasn't set right because he wasn't on there. Okay. And by the time I switched to guns, he was already firing and I was nearly into a hover, so never mind. We'll get there. If at first you don't succeed, just keep trying for a few weeks and then you will get there. What you mean is bait? I can always jump in as a gunner if you want. Yeah, I can do that. I haven't done it for a while, but we can definitely have a go. See if the... I'll jump in now and see if the sync works. Pardon? I can hear you in TS. Right, where you got too stingy. Door shut. Right, now there is a switch.
A fate_goat said, "Don't like promoting my own, but I'm ex-military instructor with a Discord of loads of useful videos and documents. No more shameless plugs, I promise."
Look, I have that's absolutely fine. I have spent years, right, teaching people on how to fly things. I don't necessarily know all the ins and outs, so I don't know the details, especially in this particular module. But because people don't read manuals and because people tend to sort of get in, it's like I started before streaming and it was the A10C. So I found that a load of people would be able to fly around and fire the guns and that is it. And because of my work role at the time, I was away a lot. So, you know, I can learn from manuals if I need to. It's just time. And as modules come out, I forget to get some. Yeah, there's quite a lot I don't know, which is quite useful. And then I belonged to a wing and then learnt quite a lot with them. And ever since then, all I've done is stream, but I try and explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing up to a point. Obviously with the Apache, there's still quite a bit that I'm missing. Some of the modules that I fly, I know my way around them. I don't necessarily always know the technicalities, so I might describe it in a way that tries to get the point over. Because I also find that unless somebody wants to out and out be extremely technical, do you know what I mean? Once I've finished, I'm going to be out for a bit, unfortunately. But you're more than welcome to jump in with us for a bit if you want. A few of the other guys do sometimes. It's not quite as structured as most things in terms of some of the missions we do. And then other times on the flip, it is more structured. It just depends. As I said, some people don't want it too heavy, but as long as people are getting a lift up in the right direction, that's the main thing. Yep, it's I think it's BVAR Mel server. So just put BVAR in the search bar. Which password we on? BVAR1234. Yeah, sure. Let me, while I'm here, this will be a balls out because as soon as I switch, I'm currently streaming on YouTube as well. And as soon as I switch, because of the way I'm doing it, unfortunately, it has just minimised everything. Do you see what I mean? So it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, as you can imagine. Just put K's on. Yeah, exactly. Well, last time I tried air to air, it wasn't great, so probably rather shoot him. It depends which one you're looking at. There's one called MELL DCS, which basically will have videos, but at the moment I'm just streaming live.
He's basically south of us. I mean, if you head out west, then he's south.
I'm not there yet, by the way. Thing. Where do I get links from?
But it always gets to the same place. So when you head out, you're heading.
Anyone know where I get links from?
Your Twitch link.
That's my original. I've got 3 channels. Where do I get links from? On Discord, because at the moment I'm just.
At mounds.
And you'll see why I was trying not to go here. Where do I get a link from to a Discord? Anybody? I don't do Discord that much, so I don't know. Where do I get links from? Anyone? Nobody knows. Right, I'll have to leave it. I can't sit here and just leave my desktop streaming.
https://discord.gg/mds9y4nw.
Right-click your server name.
It's too late. I'm out. Someone else has put it on, I think. Right.
Invite.
Sorry, it's right. I've got a load of messages again. It looks like the sync's not good, Stingy. You might do, but that's changed a bit. I'm going to have to jump out and jump back in again because I'm got engine down and all sorts of issues. So what I'll do is just jump out and then get back in again. All right. This is the problem as well. It's like the sync doesn't seem to be right. Not yet, anyway. Let's jump over here.
That's at 8_goat, that's it.
The trouble is the way I stream on YouTube is it's a direct feed from my graphics card. So as soon as I switch out the game, people just get to look at my desktop, which is a pain in the ass, and there's not a lot I can do about it at the moment. It's not like running through OBS or anything like that. All right. Let's have a look. Just bear with me, sorry about this. Let's do that. Right. Right, where are we looking, Sting?
Alright, yeah. He's past this hill, then headed towards the next one, and he's hanging about
Charlie
the coast, just on the other side.
They'll be on here 9 o'clock.
Okay. And that's Cookie in front, is it?
No, I'm back in the field getting yet another helicopter.
Okay, who's the one just in front below us, Stingy?
Is it Beardy?
I don't know. Could be. Let's have a look. Yeah, Redbeard. Just in case you're not aware, Redbeard, we're on 124, or should be on 124. No, I had to do that last week. Only mine was faulty.
700 foot.
Let's change this. Manual 124. 124 radio check.
555.
Good copy. Stingy copy.
124 radio check.
Bobo 5. Assume that was you, Redbeard. Right. Stingy copy. Did you hear me at all, Sting? In the helicopter or not? So, could you hear me saying stingy copy? Stingy copy?
He was. To
Pedro_McLeod said, I heard it.
You can go bugger off.
okay, you're a bit can hear.
Yeah, no worries, matey, no worries. It's because I'm trying to use the intercom, that's all. What we got down there?
Stix said, stingy copy.
Yeah, it's Stixie, how are you? There's a lot of littered helicopters around here, and most of them say cookie on the side.
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, something left. Not in here. Okay, just checking the gun, Sting.
Charlie Mix7 said, oh yeah, I have yet to bother with the radio or game chat. When I test my
Well, I
mic
don't
in
see it,
DCS, it
so
sounds like it has her underwater.
through the
No
target.
clue why.
Ah,
Mick isn't broke. Stix said, who's flying and who is gonna?
I'm gonna.
A fate
Oh, is it
underscore
front?
Red said,
Heading front?
or just lost his
Yep.
bonus with an empty one.
800 feet.
Trying to look. Don't stay still into a hover. Try and move around a little bit. Can see something. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's a whole convoy there.
From my daughter saying happy birthday. Wondered what the hell she was on about, but turns out she's right. Didn't even realise.
What? It's your birthday? Oh, Kev.
Stix said, the best choice with
257?
stingy you would have.
Okay, we've got a convoy as well, round about.
Score Goat said, looking for aerial
Yeah, over round about 284. If you look at the guy in the... okay. I know, I was looking, but you'd also got a convoy on your left. I was looking, try again.
Charlie Mix7 said, happy birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Kev. How old are you now, mate? 28? 30? I can't remember. Sorry, he's not in here.
A fate underscore Goat said, FCR sweep, set C scope on. Will display
Yeah.
FCR on tags.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'd got the FCR. I know it from the back seat. I don't know FCR from the front.
SHHHHH.
Right. Did you have FCR on, Stingy, or not?
Okay, no, I didn't.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. As long as I know. The problem I seem to have with the FCR when I'm in the pilot seat, which I don't use it, is okay. If you do that one again, we'll have a go at it then. I'd shut my door. Yeah, I haven't used it from the pilot seat because when it come out.
Had no idea.
Really? That's bizarre, Kev. You don't even get a day off work. What you're working on at the moment, anything exciting, or is it the same thing as the last 2 years? Or do you keep changing? I'm going to take this opportunity to put the kettle on while it's doing. Oh, excellent. Oh, tell me about it. I'm at one of my old birthdays this year as well. Like, old age birthday. No one else up in the air? Oh, yeah. Right, I'll leave us on. I think that's Charlie at the moment. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Making a cup of tea, Stingy. I'll be back. So if anybody does look over at the YouTube version, you see one hell of a difference between the quality. It does look absolutely stunning if you stream in 4K. Yeah, really. I got a bit on you yet. I am... Who's this? It's not me, is it? Oh, we are moving. I better sort this out. Got the kettle on as well. I'm 65 this year. I realised the other day and I was like, shit me, that's old. I remember my dad retiring at 65.
Okay, I'll be back. Link's gonna grab a quick nap.
Alright, matey.
Had night shift.
Ah, yeah, fair enough, matey. Right, let's see what's going on here. What is going on here? Oh, he's not up yet. That was as though... Was it me? Was I just flying in a helicopter then? That was weird. Well, I'm sure I F2'd that and I was in a helicopter flying.
And I'm getting old in 2 weeks.
You're getting old in 2 weeks, yeah, but it's... Pardon? Yeah, you can have L's on both sides and you can have K's on the insides. And as long as you got your stick with a hat on or the FCR. See, when I explain things to the other half, I have to change things down. Because she's coming in to fly the helicopter tomorrow, not this one. She'll fly the Huey. She used to fly it, but she just hasn't flown for a long time, so she's forgotten. So I've got to do alignment. He's still starting up. Even in the co-pilot gunner seat, you need to make sure that you got your primary on. Let's put this into a position. That'll do, I suppose. I'm not too fussed. I rarely use it for this. Where is my hi-hats? Come on. Oh, look, see, yeah, this sync is completely out, Stingy. Oh, unless that was you. Did you get rotor RPM low warnings then?
I did.
Oh, right, okay. Could have done with doing this on there, but that's... Oh, for God's sake. Will be close enough. Why am I not able to align this? Is it moving?
See him already. Something on that way anyway.
He's put it in arm. What the hell? It's just not allowing me to do it. Stingy, I'm going to jump out and jump back in again. It's basically, I just about went to do my iHads when you took off, and it's not letting me. I'll be back in the cockpit now, by the way, if you can just let me in. It should have aligned itself. Let's see if I can get back in. Right, okay. Yeah, it has aligned it by the looks of it. Right, what's going on? So you can see him already. Are you looking at him now?
No, I can't see him now.
I found him.
Charlie Mix7 said, I'm not sure if the website will load for me being in the US.
Which website is that, matey? Also, my FCR in this is... Oh, that, no, the website's gone, don't worry. As I said, things have changed a little bit.
Figured the passcode was in there.
The password is BVAR1234. What the hell's... So that's him in front, Stinger, yeah?
I don't... You can see him. Can't see him.
I've got a helicopter in front. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, it's not one of ours.
Right. Air to ground. How do I get air to ground on this? Because all my switches are different. Alright, matey. My CPG key settings are different to my window. Let's have a look. Nah.
Yeah, it's moving left to right.
Yeah, I can't see shit, matey. I'm sorry. I don't have the FCR set up, I don't think, for...
The 311.
Oh. That's him there. I'm sure it is. Go back. I've got no control over this. No, I don't think I've got it set up enough. So I can't. Yeah, it's not going to help because I need to set some buttons up for the FCR. I've got it all set up for flying, but not in this. No, you're misunderstanding me. I can't point the gun at him. Right, now maybe I can. Right, look at him. Are you looking at him? Yeah, it's because I'm in FCR. I just don't have the control set up. Sorry, mate, I haven't got any control set up for the FCR. So the FCR looked at him, but I couldn't fire the gun at him. I couldn't move my head, and I've got nothing set up. So I'm going to have to do that. But I'm going to have to make a cup of tea because my voice is going. A10's just been shot down as well. Is that you, pup? Oh, no. It's Platter. Not at all. You're going to have more trouble doing that with your jet. Right, let me leave it up there. Just 1 minute. Let me go and make a drink. Right, where am I? Am I back in there? I'm going to jump out of this at the moment, Stingy. I stand far more chance in one by myself, not because of the flying, because I haven't got the control set up to do what I need to do. And I need to think about what I'm doing instead of trying to do stuff that I don't know, I think. And I've got a cup of tea, which is the main thing. Right, so the controls I've got in... sorry. The controls I've got in this, I need to duplicate in the pilot seat. So in here, FCR mode, that's what I'm after. Flight control, not flight control, where am I? Right, this is my problem. I don't have anything set, so what's the best way of doing that? I've already got those switches set. got that switch set. So if I can get away, I need a button so I can use two hands to do what I want. I wonder if I can use that. So I need to have this ability to set this up here when I'm in the CPG seat, and at the moment I don't have it. And the hat that I've got for the pilot seat, I can't. What can I? No, I can't use that. Sorry, I'm just trying to think at the moment. What's this set to? Nothing. Right, that's how I do it. So what I got to do is set a modifier. I can add joystick and then select the modifier button, which I don't use, and then go back to FCR controls. And then on the throttle, want that and that. That should work. I've got that scan there. So those are those. Hey, mister. Right, I've got nothing set up in the in that mode at all. So I was pretty useless in the gunner seat. The other thing is how, when FCR's set up and FCR's pointing at things, how do you stop it from pointing at things so you can do it manually without FCR taking over? I can't believe you have to just switch off. If you just switch to TADS mode, will you get control? Because when we've tried that before, we get stuck, unless it was when it first come out, where FCR is basically taking control and you can't do anything because FCR's got it. So unless you switched it off, right, which obviously seems a bit daft. So I don't know whether that's being done, updated, or whether it works as it should now or what. Any ideas? I've got my cup of tea as well now, which is the main thing. Are you just pulling away, Stingy?
Yeah.
Last time I went after one, I just used guns and just kept moving out of the way and then just turned around and shot him. When I tested the air-to-air mode, it never hit anything. So I set up a whole load of targets and they never touched one thing. The only time it ever touched them was when something got close to where the missile went off and they got splash damage. Has anyone tried looking on the YouTube channel? Did you manage to find it, AV8?
Single sweep scan, then you'll see TG2. The FCR prioritizes ATS.
Yeah, I've got that.
If you are of Hellfire enabled, fire and forget. If your laser Hellfire equipped, select the target with your cursor. If your front seat hits slave.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It was just if I wanted to then use the cannon myself, right? What used to happen was you couldn't get it away from FCR. It was like FCR had always got it. And if you switched into, say, TADS or something else, the FCR had still got the targeting. So what we found was we used to just have to disable it or switch it off. And what I was asking is that fixed now? So you can switch between FCR and anything else without FCR just hanging on to everything, if you see what I mean. Because we had problems with FCR between the co-pilot gunner and the gunner when we've tested it before. You know, but admittedly FCR had only just come out.
So you'll need to switch from FCR to HMD. Helps if your collective is mapped.
Right, okay. And does that work now? Because as I said at the beginning, it didn't seem to work. When we were switching from FCR, it just basically always wanted to hold on to everything. Also, how's the flight model? Is it as realistic as it should be, or is it just good enough, or it just flies? Do you know what I mean? I just wondered. And also, have you flown much with the Chinook as well? Because that just seems very wallowy. So it is actually quite good. And how about the Chinook?
Haven't got CH-47.
Right, yeah. It's quite nice to fly. But as Cookie was saying earlier, the problem is with it, it's nowhere near optimised yet, is it? It's killing his machine basically every time he uses it. As he said earlier on, it's fine in the Apache. The Kiowa just causes a problem. And I don't think this is as optimised as it can be, but then, you know, the modules are never finished, and usually optimisation comes at the end more often than not. You rifling at the helicopters yet?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it. Not getting with that one. Not dodging.
The best thing I downloaded is Coordinate Converter. It acts as any aircraft that has a data transfer device.
I'm not quite sure I understand. I understand coordinate converter, but it acts as any aircraft that has a data transfer device. Well, as I said, I've not had much luck with those missiles on helicopters. Use your gun if you can and just get behind him.
Yes.
Possibly, if we call for it. This is the first time in the mission, so it's a bit of a learning curve to find out what's going on.
Yes, you know, F-16s.
Do you want me to write that one down, Stingy, just so I can sort of read it back after when you're in a ball of flame? perf. That's one thing we were looking at. Right, okay. I see. Light. Oh, God. Ah, I see. Set. Sorry. Is it flight or perf? Flight. Set. Low.
AX64 has a partition on its hard drive. IRL, it is a removable device known as a DTD, data transfer device. Ultimately, if you're the mission creator in DCS, you can preload it with hazards, waypoint and enemy last known locations for that extra realism. As will never give us that function in game.
Right, I've got you. I got you. So that was it. Set that right. Should set this to the low altitude, the current attitude, sorry. Which at this point in time I'm not going to bother with, but at least I've got the low set. Which is a start. Volumes will go up. I'm a manual reader and I hate trying to read PDFs and trying to print some of the manuals. It's
You can reset to whatever you want.
yeah.
20 feet usually is default as per the height of most telegraph poles.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Hey, afternoon, Jax. How are you?
Jackson said, afternoon.
Are you coming in today? Are you going to have a fly? I'm doing some Huey stuff tomorrow morning with... Right, is anybody broadcasting now at this point? Did anyone broadcast then? Right, okay.
I'm going all right,
Because that was static.
How's yourself?
Yeah, all good, thank you. So I'm doing some Huey stuff in the morning because Lisa wants a refresher. Somebody else wants to get to grips with control. And somebody else wants a refresher. So tomorrow I think it's 10 o'clock GMT. I should be doing it.
Nice.
But yeah, she's started streaming again now. I don't know whether you noticed last week. Star Citizen at the moment, but I'll get her back into this flying, which will be good.
I must have missed her stream.
Probably, yeah. It was a bit short notice. Actually got her in. That's the first time for like 2 or 3 years.
5x5.
Yeah.
5x5.
5x5. Just join in there. Don't want to be left out. Did I turn everything up? Yes, I haven't put my... what's ASC stand for? Radar warning anyway. There we go. Right, let's go and... have I aligned? Nope. When you go to do the IHADS alignment, if you don't see any concentric circles in that little viewer there, it's because you haven't turned this knob up. So just bear that in mind. Let's get this centered when I need it, about there. That'll do. Okay. Pop that on while we're flying over. All the dust is there because of everybody's blades. I must admit, DCS is looking better and better. I know some people have asked, is it as realistic as Microsoft Flight Sim? The answer is no, but it doesn't need to be. to be honest, DCS originally used to be, if you actually flew low down, it was quite surprising. Trees didn't touch the floor. There was no collision on trees. Forests were 3 or 4 layers of 1 pixel deep geometry with an image of treetops on it. And the only reason they started to really update it originally was because of the helicopters. So as soon as helicopters came in and you started to be flying at ground level, they needed to do something with the graphics. Sorry?
This farm's getting...
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? It's rather dusty. So on the basis, there's a good chance of me being shot down at the moment. What I might do is I'm gonna go with a little bit less fuel, give me a little bit less weight. And let's see what happens.
I'd say the aircraft in DCS is more detailed. MSFS doesn't.
Oh, definitely.
Models. If you touch anything, it's game over. While in DCS, you can fly around.
Yeah, definitely. The modules are far more detailed. I don't get why people want F18 modules and military stuff in MSFS. I just don't get it. I mean, I've tried it. It all looks very nice. And when you try doing stuff, there's no collisionable, or there wasn't when I first tried. And it just... There was nothing to blow up. Do you know what I mean? I wanted to blow shit up and I couldn't blow anything up. And it just doesn't have that hold for me at all. Some of the guys in here use it, fly it, enjoy it. But I just, you know, don't get it. What have I missed? Oh yeah, that FCR there. There we go. Let's see if we can go and find this helicopter. Guns are probably set on auto.
Exactly. If you touch the tip of a tree, you're done for an MSFS. A fate _ goat said, set FCR to ATA.
Yeah, okay, I've got that set there.
On GTM.
No, I was aware of that. I just wasn't going to do it yet, that's all.
Kev said, not seen anything blown up here yet either.
Stop it, you. It might be your birthday. You can still get told off, young man. I went to a garage the other day to fill up. There was only me at the pump. And it was freezing cold, frosty. I don't tend to use it. I just tend to use that, to be honest. I don't think I've even got continuous scan.
Jackson said, happy birthday, Kevin.
That's one of ours, as you can see. So basically, I went to this garage, filled up, got in, and the woman said, it's this much. And I looked at her, and I looked at the garage. I said, how did you know that? And she called me cheeky.
Kev said, cheers at Jackson.
And I was like, hang on a minute. I was always taught about cheeking your elders. You can't cheek your elders. And I'm thinking, she's younger than I am. I can't be cheeky to her, surely. Surely not. Right, so one of the things I'm going to do now is make sure I've got the weapons selected. Go over to my weapons page and I'm going to select all. It's probably a bit too early to do that. But the reason why I'm selecting that is all these weapons will basically be warmed up, ready to fire.
MI28 is a pain in the ass.
Where is it? Have you just been shot down?
Yeah.
Are you off to my right? Now, where's my altitude on this? That's something I forgot last time. Yeah, I think that's...
No, to your left.
Right. There might be something.
Smoke there?
No, not yet. What? Oh, man. Where are you seeing the smoke?
A little bit more left.
Right, yeah, now I see it. That's you. Right, by the way, are you still in, who's the other guy? Charlie, are you still in? That's the VVP that he was talking about earlier. You see the little circle with the lines on? You thought you'd go round to the left, did you, pup, instead for a change?
Yeah.
And it still popped up. Right, okay, I've got something. I assume it's it. Oh, there's another one. Right, why is that not firing? Why is that not firing?
Yeah, it's on your left, man.
Yeah, there was something just popped up on my right as well.
That's probably me, Mal.
Now it's straight
Oh,
to
sorry.
I think I was to your right.
Oh, sorry, thanks. I was thinking, why on earth are they not selected?
Splash me doing that.
See, thanks. There's always something.
1, 2, 4, radio check.
Missiles were worst. Man.
Couldn't see him.
What it was I was firing at something, but nothing was firing. So I'd forgot to arm my missiles. I have done so many stupid, basic things this flight. It's a pain in the ass, and it's a bit ridiculous, but never mind. That's because you should be flying, Sham, and I should be in your gun seat, killing things like this. Oh man, what a... This is like an April Fool's stream today, isn't it?
Jackson said, I thought you did it all on purpose to teach us what not to do.
Funny you should say that, Jax. Will you stop tittering at Jax? I was thinking the same thing, Jax. Because very often I do show you everything you shouldn't do and then explain why it happened.
They're called fencing in and out checks.
Yeah.
Is armed. Check. Players.
No, I do know, but when I'm in this, it's like it's a different thing, bizarrely. It's just something that I forgot. When there's quite a bit of input, I forget to do stuff. Again, when I'm in the A10, it's a different ball game. But yeah, that was just oversight on my part. I'd got everything else more or less working, except for that one bit. But hey ho, sure we'll overcome it next time. Right. Okay. And for every crash of every new module that you're learning, by the way, is the opportunity to start it up. As long as you don't let it frustrate you. And then each time you start it up, you're repeating. And when you're repeating things, it helps you learn. Repetition. Writing stuff down as well. Personally, I don't know whether anyone else agrees, but try not to use somebody else's configs either if you can help it. Get to understand how to start it up and then write your own startup procedure based on what you've learned rather than trying to do it as you go along. And if you use somebody else's, whether it's right or wrong, you're always looking at bits of paper and things when you fly, which isn't good. And there's enough distractions.
Practice makes permanent.
Yeah, exactly. But you learn by watching, by copying. You can do parrot fashion. Where if I'm teaching someone a startup, I'd much rather teach you 7 or 8 times how to start it up. So you know where to look, you know what to look for, and then you write it down. And writing it down reinforces it as well. Well, that's what I tell people if I'm teaching them comms anyway. But use every opportunity rather than auto-starting or anything. Use every opportunity you can of a crash to go through the startup. Oh, it is, yes. You can see I don't use kneeboards, but once I can usually remember everything, I can remember everything. Do you know what I mean? Sitting there miles away. It's funny, I was teaching somebody some comms the other day, and they said, "Oh, I did this 2 years ago, but I can't remember it." And I said, "I did this in 2006, and I can still remember, just because of the methods that were taught, the way it was taught. I can repeat stuff out of my head that I didn't know I knew." Do you know what I mean? Especially when it's really sort of weird stuff like 7-layer OSI models and you rattle it all off. It's just how I was taught it at that time. I still remember it. It's like IP addressing, you know, you can work out all your subnets and everything just out your head. Kids here today. Right, where are we? Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen you on before, AV8. I take it you like the AV8 as well. I used to fly that, but I've forgotten it.
And here's me doing my 9 times table with my fingers long.
You know what? Maths, I use my fingers. I've always used my fingers from school, and I will use my fingers to carry. IP addressing, I can just rattle it off. It's not a problem. But I use patterns and look for patterns in things. It's like when you start up the A10, you know, you go round, or I go round in like a particular pattern, and as you start to learn, and when I'm teaching how to start up, it's getting people used to the pattern, which then helps them learn where controls are. Whereas sometimes you're told controls, like when you said, you know, press this button, well, I have no idea where it is. I know where my stick's set to, but when I was in the front seat, I hadn't got anything set at all, and I have now. And the more times I do it, the more I'll remember it. It's like Star Citizen's just as bad. So when I do Star Citizen, it's much with the same view that, you know, it's quite complicated for people to learn, especially all the controls and everything else. So it's aimed at new people. Just to, as I said, give them the lift up. Right. So I'm not explaining this, by the way. I've explained it earlier on. I'm not going through anything unless anyone specifically asks, because the people watching already are going to get bored. More bored. That's the right word, isn't it? I've seen how many times I can actually get blown up by a helicopter without firing a shot type thing, I guess. 124 radio check. Yeah, perf. Is that I wanted? Yeah, it's this one I was after. Ow. Set low to 20 then, once I've clicked on it. At least I'm doing it, and I should remember it with a bit of luck. And then when I get a chance, I'll have a look at the in-ground effect, outside ground effect, and see how that works in, because then it makes it easier to learn, and that will make it easier for me then to describe to somebody else without going over technical. Unfortunately, DCS is such a niche. Now, have I missed something out? There is something. I thought I'd done it, but let me just have a look.
Printer check.
Why am I not hearing that? Have I done that already? Let's have a look. It's too sensitive right in that middle bit. Come on. That'll do. It's good enough. Right, APU, switch it off.
Wait till you get the itch to do DCS bios, coding and making your own panels.
I can't anymore. I think had this have been around when I was younger, I used to, my original job was electronics. You know, I can even remember. Alright matey, no worries. I can even remember the resistor colour codes back in the day. Or how to get to them from an old RAF saying about what bad boys did to our village, to our girls on village greens on Wednesdays. I used to do stuff all the time, but nowadays I can't see some of the stuff that I would want to see. Have I just come over too far yet? Just reminding me of things. Like I was some nerdy git when I was like 14 and then built this radio from some kit from Practical Wireless, which I'm not sure how old you are, Ivy. Oh, you did say? Do you remember Practical Wireless? I remember building a tank game from a kit as well. Or you get a circuit diagram, you just had to buy the bits and things. But yeah, that was my original trade, and then the IBM PC came out in 1982 and sort of wrecked it a little bit. See if I'm close enough. Does the do the Hellfires actually blow air stuff up now? As I said earlier, when I first tested, when it first come out, they didn't. They just used to sort of blow up but never really do any damage. So does that work now?
Rev
should work. Right, I've now got to remember to switch this switch on my I'm close enough. Right, drink my tea before it goes cold, which it probably already is. It's warm. It's a 9 out of 10 guaranteed cold cups of tea game is DCS, if you've never flown it and you're passing by. If anyone's interested, if you've never flown a Huey before, you haven't even got a Huey, you might not even have DCS, you can download DCS. You can also download a Huey free for 2 weeks. So tomorrow I'll be doing some basics on the Huey, and if anyone's interested, it won't be ultra heavy at all. So it's, you know, explaining things that you'll understand. But it can get you flying in a Huey and probably slinging as well. Hey, hello, Guang. Is it Guang? Is that the best way, Guang Mu? How are you? I haven't seen you for a long time. Just finishing this tepid cup of tea and then we'll be off. We can switch on.
A little long.
Oh, a little long. Okay. Right. Let's go and switch this FCR on.
Pedro_McLaren said, I made my kneeboard multiple pages of beautiful women. Autopilot.
Because of autopilot. I'm not going to put that on yet. Let's take off. Let's switch this on and make sure I've put everything else on first. Wait for that to do that. Done all the volumes. Why am I not hearing much from the woman who goes on and on and on and on? Definitely on.
Solo 3R0 said,
Hey, hello, Solo. Don't forget tomorrow at 10, matey. If you're still coming, Lisa's going to be in. I can't remember the other guy's name. He said he was coming.
Where's Thanatos?
Yeah, Thanatos, that's the one. I don't know whether he's in. I don't think he is today. Just hope he remembers. But if he doesn't, at least there'll be two of you and anyone else who happens to turn up. Right, okay. Switch that.
Are you seeing me?
Yeah, 10 o'clock at GMT. Centre that's a bit better. Right. Anyone else out there at the moment? Helicopter hunting?
Yeah, I can't see.
Okay, whereabouts are you? Because I really don't want to blow you up, but there's a very good chance I might.
Yeah, around there where it should be.
Okay, so if I do blow you up, I'll apologise now, pup, okay? I tell you what, I'm flying here. It's virtually silent. So you can't hear anything over the mics, but it's a little bit quiet. You can hear their voices really loud. We just changed onto a different mission, which is quite interesting actually. So I've got my missile selected. Why is that? I thought I'd had my missile selected.
What game map is it?
This is Syria.
I see.
When I put... Someone behind me. It's a bit hefty on memory as well. Have I got somebody behind me following me through?
No.
Oh, shit bollocks.
I'm there again.
Now, why is this not going? Rifle. rifle. You're a bit laggy there, woman. What happened there? Can't read the bloody writing. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. Forgot to do that. Got to do that.
GCS wants to update.
Yeah, there is an update. It's not too big. I didn't kill him, did I? Oh, blue player, blue player. Blue player, blue player. Nope.
Any grand changes?
No, there's a lot of AI changes. What killed you, pup? Are you sure it was a helicopter you were like on, he was on top of you, was it?
He was straight in front of me.
Using a shark.
Yeah. And I completely forgot how to use the air-to-air things.
Oh god, yeah, they're a little bit interesting. Remember, you got to switch it on 10 seconds before you want to fire it and all the rest of it for it to cool down. Don't know where this other helicopter's disappeared to, but it seems to have disappeared.
He's there somewhere. Howard, hiding.
By the Mi-28, get to Zebra.
Go again, Cookie. Right, okay. Eyes on something. Not sure if it's you guys or what.
Just taking off, gonna have a look at some stingers on.
Yeah, copy that.
Charlie Mixed 7 said, I thought I saw you, but it was an animal.
This is the problem, isn't it? Why is that not firing? Okay. Rifle. Do apologise. Rifle. See what happened then? Did that missile just die a death? Rifle. Right, so Let's not blow shit up. I actually fired some this time, but I don't think anything got anywhere near. It killed me. I fired from there, it looked like 2-3 missiles. And in the past, when I've tried to shoot at air targets, they tend to fly, and the helicopter's just like, oh, there's a missile, let me move over here a bit. The missile goes whizzing past and then hits the floor a bit later on, and it doesn't seem to be very effective. But at least I got close this time and had all the buttons set.
Yeah, always a start now.
It is a dark start. Thank you, pup. That was positive. That's what I like to hear. Anyway, welcome to Groundhog Day. This is the Apache. If you've just joined, this is my first flight today. There has been nothing going on whatsoever. We'll just go through the startup, starting with the battery.
In-game BTW, not the guy named Charlie. Just so no confusion if he is in here still.
Oh, hello, Ghetto Zebras. Yeah, there's Charlie and there's Charlie. I wasn't sure at first when you come in as to whether you were Charlie with a slightly different name or what. But obviously I know it's not now. Where's my controller gone? Oh, there you are. These TVs are great, except that after so long it wants to switch itself off. And apparently the LG C4 is on offer around about just under 800 quid. If you want a 4K monitor, that's brilliant. It'll run at about 120 hertz, 0.3 milliseconds grey to grey. Colours are superb. And I mean, really, really good. And apologies for those people that work for competitors. But yeah, it's about 800 quid. There'll probably be another new model come out soon, but that's a C4. It's good for colour correction as well. You do video editing. It's 42 inch, really thin, and you don't have to sit on top of your monitor to be able to read most things. Some of the gauges are a problem, but the colours are absolutely superb. Definition is excellent. I would buy another one if I'd got the money to buy it, but it's a bugger. It's always the way, isn't it? I'll get another one at one point, no doubt. Right, so let's have a look. We'll just start this up. Do much the same. We'll get there eventually. Might pause to go over together, pup. You know, sort of confuse him, as long as we're not sitting next to each other. Should be alright.
Yeah, I always do.
Saying when I next to him, it might be a her flying. You never know.
No.
You'll have to teach your wife how to fly.
Yeah.
There's no reason why not. Believe me, the fact that Lisa plays games, right, it just solves so many issues. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not once in 20 years has she ever said to me, oh, you're not going on your computer again. Ever.
Yeah, that's good.
It's very good.
I didn't even see him that time. Whatever.
Yeah. But it's all right, Cookie. I think we're keeping neck and neck on the deaths, so that's good.
I think even just stickers.
Right. Okay.
Just forgot my collective was up. Done.
Ah, yeah, that's easily done, isn't it? Especially if you've been shot down. It's also a bit of a giveaway because that would imply you're shot down because your collective is up. If that makes sense. Sorting radios out. Sometimes when I look down like this, I look over my glasses, which is a bit of a pain in the ass because I can't see without them. And you always have to be aware, if you wear varifocals, you have to be aware of what bit of the lens you're looking at. And this is why, when I was mentioning the screen earlier, it's that big and my head's probably 3 foot, more than 3 foot away. And it's just in that sweet spot where the right lens in the glasses or the right view is right in the right place. It is absolutely excellent. Radio check.
Fine.
Good copy, thank you. Okay, so right, where am I going? Done that. Let's go into aircraft. Flight. No, is it flight or perf? There we go. Low. I'll set it to 20 still. So where's the altimeter for this? So is that 20 feet below the wheels? 20 feet below the body? Whereabouts is that set? Anyone can answer. Let's turn these up like that there. So here is over the top of my glasses. I have to move my glasses up so I can see it. Not that we're going to be using him today. Can't think of anything else off the top of my head. Did I align it that time? Probably not. Let's look. Nope, the knob is down, so that means I wouldn't have aligned it. It just doesn't let you fire certain things. If it's not aligned, basically. Let's zero myself, move back a fraction. This is where, come on, that's good enough. This is where having some slight curves around your head tracking, so it's sort of starts to accelerate a little bit. Alright, matey, let's go and get armed.
_goat said, successfully just wired and coded the left throttle lever, small wins.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got to have patience when you do stuff like that, really. Take it, it's all drawn out and everything before you even touched it. And you're not just doing it as you go along. So you've got like nice diagrams to work to and step-by-step instructions. I'm assuming. It's a big assumption, but are you one of these people who are just too eager and just do it? So basically what we're saying we've done today, other than Charlie is flying around in an F-18.
They've made DCS files almost copy and paste, but I've had to learn Arduino ID as well.
Oh yeah, I know. Is that we've spent all our time being shot down by one helicopter. That's about it, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you for the 63.
Hey Platty. That is loud.
Do you know what you're
Thanks
doing?
Platty.
It's not impressive, is it?
It's comical. We're just missing the sort of
Nelson, thank you for
the trombone noise at the end, isn't it?
The support for 63 months is
Yeah.
really
We start off with War Thunder, not War Thunder, Blue Thunder, Blue Yonder, whatever the helicopter film is. Right? All good intentions, and now we're going to do it, and then we get that, like, do you know what I mean? Make quite a good video, although a bit repetitive after the first 10 minutes. I come up with an idea for somebody else a few weeks back. See if he follows it. Right, so let's have a look then. Watch his rotors. Right, you back yet, pup?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm just jiggling at the moment, just above your head.
You ready to go?
Yeah. You ready to go yet, Cookie? Because he can't shoot all three of us down, can he?
Probably.
Yeah, I think he probably can as well. But that's if we all stand in a line and let him do it.
The alt holding below 5 knots in the hover, and you should be able to release the controls.
Sorry, what was that?
Platty trying flying said, want to bet?
Oh, right, okay. Let's have a look then. Let's pull this back a little bit. There is a tendency, I notice, like, shut up, when you trim.
Yeah, just coming up behind you, Mel.
Yeah, copy that, Mr. Extremely Loud Charlie.
Yeah, I'll follow you right through. So you don't piss him off.
Yeah, copy that.
Whatever, yeah.
What was I going to do now? Oh yeah, that started. FCR. And then select the FCR page. Select that. Not that, you dozy bugger. Get back. Wasn't that I wanted? It was that. And then that. And that. Oh, great. Although, that'll do. That should do mostly. Maybe. What was my... No, I can't. Right, is anyone out there already? Or has it overtaken me?
Waiting for you.
Soon as you're below 5 knots less, engage outboard. Have some faith and trim. Let go. Should put you in a perfect hover.
Sorry, this is where I sort of get a bit
Yeah, just
confused.
swing your way around.
Because I'm trying to listen, but I can't listen to you because I've got too many voices in my head. Because it unfortunately is one of those things. IGF pull, okay, as you're slow in speed, you're going to want to pull through to max RG, okay, as soon as you're below 5 knots. No, the trim's fine. I have no problem with trimming and that. And as I said before, I understand enough, not all technically, and what I mean by that is the terminology more than anything else. But some of these things I end up doing anyway, if you know what I mean, and not thinking too much about it. But describe what I'm doing, and I'll be going, is that what I'm doing? Does that make sense? Right, okay, let's have a look. So is that you slightly behind me there, Pup?
No.
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Yeah, it's cookie.
Okay, copy that cookie. It's probably Charlie, not sure where he is. Okay, target in front, cookie, slightly off to the right, coming in now.
Copy, I don't have visual yet.
Rifle. 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 Now it looks like my missiles are just dropping down to the floor there. Yeah, he's slightly off to our right, cookie.
Nice.
Move slightly left there. Better back off. Talk was over talking. Come on. Why is it not firing? Okay, left. He's round on the left.
Yeah, I've got him. I hit him.
Yeah, nice. Saw. Okay.
Good little Kiowa. Needed you to draw him out though so I could see him.
Yeah, no, it's only cost me 1 engine, don't worry.
It's nothing compared to the amount of helicopters we've tried to get him.
Think there's one more.
Yeah, I think there might be. Yeah, there's one more. She just shot me up the ass, cookie. Celebrated too early. So this is cookie. Missed. Also, Cookie's missile just missed you. You can gun him from there. He can't see you. He's turning. Now, this is what Chris Roberts doesn't understand, right? Is the way these are flying are like spaceships, more or less, except with gravity and obviously conditions to do with air and everything else. However, because it's not cinematic, and the fact that helicopters, for instance, have the option of spinning round on a circle and firing, and you get some missile boats where you can continuously fire. The idea is to force spaceships that fly like helicopters into flying like World War II planes because it looks more cinematic. And that's the biggest load of bollocks I have ever heard in my life, but what do you do, eh? Yeah, if you stay behind him, Cookie, if you can get your gun on him, get your black crayon out, and put a little mark on your windscreen. I don't. Cookie's only just come back into flying. He's probably got no weapons. Oh. You were doing. Oh, is that what you were doing? Had you run out of guns or something? Okay, we got Pup coming. Oh, Pup's lost it. He's just going through the orange grove, trimming the bushes. It's right behind the smoke, Pup, so be careful. Yeah. That's what I say to people in Star City with some of the ships. If you don't go to the pointy end where the gun shoots from, there's a good chance you might survive. He was over here, Pup. Nice. There he is. Yeah, when I saw you come over, then I saw you roll over, and I thought, you know, you're sort of doing this big rolly thing before you shoot him down a bit much, but... Yeah, that's what we were wondering, why you weren't firing. I just thought you were redrawing the crosses on the windscreen. Not many will get that, but I know you do. No, this is good. That's one of them. And they're probably going, oh, we've lost one. You got him again, Pup. Yeah, he disappeared, didn't he? Eyes left, I think. I can see light, yeah. Coming underneath you now from ahead. Just move, just run. Brake right. And then you'll pick him up. Go on, you behind him now, look, see? Pull up. Hey, there you go. Nice sounds, by the way. Nearly. Keep an eye on your helicopter. I was just saying that, but it's okay. He was virtually invisible when he was laid down. As soon as I saw the sun glint off him and picked up a speck of light, or some light off him. Yeah, it's the first time. What do you mean? I'll get him next time.
Did get one of them, didn't we?
Somebody did, yeah. It was Cookie, but I'll take we. This is just embarrassing today, is it not? And all you people watching are sitting there going, geez, what are they playing at? You are more than welcome to join in. Seriously, come and join us if you want. I was going to say, it's not that we need the help. It's just that with more people, it's a bit more fun. But if you want to come in, you're welcome. Mostly, I'd say you can shoot these things down better than you can use the... better you can fire missiles at them. I think I might have just switched that off, you know. Not paying attention now, I was miles away. Yeah, I did. Shut it. Tomorrow, if anyone's come on since. I'll be doing some Huey training from about 10 o'clock in the morning. All basic Huey stuff, starting, flying, landing. Depends how good people are doing, slinging maybe. Usually most people will be able to sling in the first lesson. That's proper slinging, by the way. What's going on here? It's not starting up, or what? Or have I accidentally turned my battery off? Then. Don't know whether this is confused now. Let's start. It's taken a long time. I think it was on before. Something weird's going on with this, isn't it? I think it's just me. No one's put any comments on the YouTube, so it's always quite difficult to tell if anyone's on or not. I can't see everything all of the time, unfortunately. Let's try this again. There's a lot of new Caesar missions popping up.
That's right. That you email? Magic.
Yeah. Why did...
You guys to go out again. He comes out.
That's better. I thought there was something a bit weird.
This is one of them.
Yeah, it did. As I said, as long as we're not on top of each other, we should be alright.
Well, it's fortunate. Where are
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't have any problem. I was fine. Sorry guys, I was muted a bit then. I did say it was absolutely fine for me last night, Platy. I do apologise, I was coughing. It all worked absolutely fine. Did a bit of prospecting with a prospector and then took it to the refinery. I wasn't full, I just wanted to look at the mechanics, see how it was working now, and left it there. And then had an early night because I'd only had about 3 hours the night before. It's another thing I keep forgetting. Switch it into threat mode. What, you did already?
I just fell over.
Oh, what, you in? And you fell over in the Kiowa? What, was it a blade of grass? What was it you fell over? Is that what it was? It sort of clung on. Isn't that on wheels?
No, it's not skids.
Ah, right, okay. So the blade of grass tangled around your skid when you went to move and it pulled it over, yeah? That's what I thought. Yeah. The trouble is, we just go and get another one. There's a good chance they'll just go and get another one. So when we go back out, there'll be another 2 instead of 1. It is a bit of a calamity, isn't it? It's not the way we should be doing it, but hey. Well, we've got no weapons yet. Go and fetch the weapons. Or load the weapons, should I say, not fetch them. It's not like we go down to the corner shop, is it? Flight. Set. I'm going to have to start looking at that. Why is that not there? Because I haven't clicked low. I asked earlier, Aviate, if you're there. When you select the low, is that based on the bottom of the aircraft? The wheels? Where is the 20 foot below? I take it it's 20 foot below the wheels. I'm assuming it is, but I thought I would ask if you're there. I know you're soldering and making stuff. Right, let's get over, get some weapons. I haven't aligned this yet, so it's probably not switched that on yet, which I haven't. It's just the top of my glasses, that is that angle. That's good enough. APU. Nobody reminded me. Good job I didn't tip over then. Otherwise Cookie would have fallen about laughing. Have I done radio? I don't think I have. Or have I? Nope. I forgot to do the radio. Need to click on com. Need to click on manual, which I can't see from here. And then put in 124 again, as always. One, 2, 4 radio check. Good copy, thank you. it's going to fall. Sorry about that. I was actually thinking then, I've gone quiet. Not that it helps much. And that's the wrong button. Where am I going? Oh, that's not the Alt, that's why. These weird keyboards I have. Was put moving out your way then, Cookie, all of a sudden? Right, be with you in a minute, Pop.
Yeah, yeah.
Just waiting for it to finish loading. Okay, we'll switch on the FCR. Hit the wrong button. You're just loading up Cook. Okie dokie, take 25. Apologies for that. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay, we're all together. Okay, in apart from bouts of coughing, I do apologise if I go silent, that's why.
A fate_good said, you got George mapped to help you?
No. I tend not to use... I use George, but I don't find George is that helpful. Sometimes he is, but I still have issues. He just blows people up. And sometimes he just doesn't do stuff. It's much better with two people. So I don't tend to use George that much, to be honest. I'd rather be a gunner in someone else's helicopter, especially now I've mapped my FCR. And then usually I prefer to do it manually because FCR just seems like a little bit of a... It's a bit like BVR. You know, just... if it works, squeeze the trigger and everything's dead, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's a little bit better to do it yourself. Right, so I've got you two. I'll try not to shoot you, but if my radar accidentally picks you up, it'll shoot at you anyway. But it might be worth it, as long as one of the ones I shoot are the right one. Is there no system in place at the moment to stop it from doing that, so that it should see a friendly? Even on, you know, or is there a data link setting that you can sort of let the FCR sort of exclude friendlies? Is that in there now, or should there be something like that in there at some point? I take it you're both waiting for me to get shot at first. Yeah, I thought it might be the case.
Just want you to pick it up on your radar and sight it for
Yeah, copy that. Sorry, copy that on the right radio.
And I might be wrong. It's something to do with the IFF codes.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not something that we've got a handle on, is it, at the moment? It's not implemented.
It's normally the QoS sighting for the Apache, not the other way around.
Yeah. It depends on the experience, I guess, of the pilot. Let's go over those cables. Okay. It surprised me I actually started flying this. I've had the F-16 since it come out, but I haven't touched it because it just wasn't in a good state and it wasn't finished, and probably still isn't. And I usually try and fly something when it's done, but for some reason this just sucked me in at the beginning, and you know, there is stuff that isn't done and I lose track of what they've updated, unfortunately. You should both be able to keep up with me. I'm not fast. Just be aware we're only 16 kilometres away from the main target area.
Yeah.
And there are some pretty hefty SAMs out there as well. Gonna peek behind this little hillock. Buttons playing up a little bit.
I think folk forget these are high-fidelity aircraft at full study level. It take a real-world pilot around 6 to 8 months to learn both seats, and gamers think it's all learned in a flight.
Oh, God, tell me. I was so annoyed, right, at the fact that the gobby minority screamed and shouted at Eagle to put a trimmer reset button in this. I just could not, A, believe that they did it. You just have to get used to the way that you can obviously, you know, simulate a trimmer. And B, the fact that they did it. They should have said, no, you're a gobby-shite minority, right? Represent this much of the community. It doesn't have a trimmer reset. And then they want full fidelity. And then they want it so it's easy to use, and it's just, do you know what I mean? The trouble is, though, as well, such a niche sort of game. When you look at viewers, I don't know whether it's because people don't stream. There's plenty of streamers.
The first 1 hour flight was just learning to hover, pause and then hold.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Platty trying flying said they were all
Yeah, which is a load of made up shit. It's just, I don't know. It's the same as with Star Citizen. People moan. So you find your light aircraft moaned about the iron. There's no way the iron should be able to turn and shoot me. Well, if you're going to fly at 2,000 bloody metres away at full tilt in a vertical line, guess what? It's so easy to turn an iron and track you and shoot you. And now it's bloody useless. They've done a mod on it to make it better, but you're hitting small ships with missile after missile to size 7 weapon. They go pop. And if you're good enough to get one on target, then it should go pop. But they don't think, maybe if we fly closer, maybe if we don't go one at a time, and maybe if we don't get on the wrong side of the gun. Do you know what I mean? Well, I'm having a scan around here and I'm not seeing anything.
No, I don't see anything either.
I'm just mindful that we're only 10 clicks out from the AO.
Yeah, copy.
Fate_good said, what I want from this game is IDM from OH58 to AH64. Here you can see the live feed of an OH58 or in-game UAV. Would be mega to have the OC and target and data transfer to the R.
Yep. I can understand them, having allowances with the Shark 3, because the amount of work that they would have done on the module and the upgrades, and the fact that the Russians, basically removed the permission to put in what they were going to put in that they'd already gained permission for. I can understand them adding on something like those weapons, air-to-air weapons, because they've got to recoup money from somewhere, right? That makes sense. But to create an F-35 based on what we think it might be is just complete bollocks. Sorry, Eagle Dynamics, there you go. You got a bollocks. Star Citizen's got a bollocks. Right, I've got you two, I think. Yeah, is one of you behind me, according to the map?
Okay, just behind you, I think.
No, that's fine.
Flying said, everything after punk is bollocks.
After punk. The thing is, DCS does, try and be, reality-ish. Star Citizen set out to be the best damn space simulator ever. And you can understand, if you want space simulation, go and fly Orbiter. It works as it should, but as a game, it's great. But it's not the sort of game that Star Citizen is. But then to turn it into the best looking arcade game ever, after they promised the best damn space simulator ever, is a bit rich, really. And they played DCS as well, because the whole bloody Ion and the other ship was based on the A10C, the fundamental things of that, and they do play DCS, but you really don't want all the switch buttons and everything that you'd necessarily get in DCS in Star Citizen. I understand that, but then to get all your Xboxy style little things pop up and dumbing down everything basically isn't the way forward either. I understand they've got to make money. I understand that for Squadron 42 that is going to be the thing.
Something is shooting from my right.
Yeah, okay, where are you?
To the right of you.
Yep. Okay, I've got 2 choppers I can see.
Probably me and Cookie.
Right. Are you sure it's a helicopter or could it be anything else?
No, it's something else.
Okay.
Didn't see him, so
Could it be a little guy with a gun in the bushes?
could be.
Yeah, there's lots of shots going off. Can you see it? There's explosions over by you guys, or is that you firing?
No, something was firing.
Yeah.
Oh.
If this is the helicopter, I think I've just picked one up. Lost sight of him again now. He was there. There he is. There's one moving across in front of me, but there's also one of you guys. Yeah, he's firing at me now. Right, so he's over on my left, someone. If you want to come over, I think this is him. Or no, someone's firing at him. Are one of you running away from things being shot at you?
Yeah, anyway.
Right, okay.
Something is shooting. I'm
Yeah.
on your left.
Yeah, you are. Okay, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, something is down here somewhere. It's having a shot at me now, look. Can you not say anything yet? Where's Cookie?
I don't see anything. It's on me.
Okay, yeah, it's firing at me now, but that is... Right, that's coming from over there. Which is my button to go down. Is it that? No. Oh, God, come on. Right. Yeah, no wonder there's shitloads of things there. Just bug out. Yeah, we've just flown over. There's a town and there's a shitload of stuff in there.
Yeah. Something on my right.
Yeah. Trying to get out of there at the moment. Can you see all the shots? There's like, I did a scan, did a quick scan. There's a lot of vehicles in that town. You got a helicopter?
Yeah. Or is it Cookie?
It could be Cookie.
No. Yeah, that's Cookie.
I was going to say, I'm surprised. If it was Cookie, he'd be dead. As would all of us, yeah. Just back over where I was, there's an awful lot of stuff over there. Got missiles. Anyone firing?
No.
I got missile warnings.
That me too. And I don't see.
I can also see at least 4 helicopters
Is
in here.
anybody in a KA-50 flying around me?
Yeah, copy that. Ignore that pup.
Oh, right, I nearly shot him down.
He nearly shot you down.
Yeah. I'm done. Yeah.
Like a war moment.
There's a lot over there, Cookie. An awful lot. You need to back off.
Yeah, but now I've lost bearings with where everyone is.
I'm behind you somewhere. He's gonna moan now like shit. How I got out of that, I don't know. What I'll do now is try and turn round and see if I'm out of range there. That's thingamajig over there. There's something.
Okay, there is something directly 12 o'clock in front of me. Don't know what it is.
Be careful, I'm not too far away. Something's laser ranging me, is that you?
No, that,
Missile fire somewhere. Missile fire in 1 o'clock. Yep, something's coming in. That's not you firing, is it, or flaring?
oh, I'm flaring.
Right, okay. Let me have a look, see who killed me. You got killed by a tank, I think, pup.
Yeah, and a T80.
Yeah, and I think it killed me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
T80.
Yeah, I got killed by tanks, Cookie. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, they're having a good go. There's so many vehicles over there where we were going. Where are we?
Flatty trying flying said the flying tank bug is back.
Flying tank bug. Yeah, we're too close to where we need to go and attack, you know, to be honest. It could be that those helicopters have gone, so we may as well just go in with a view to attacking the airbase. Yeah, my guy's doing going a bit bananas. Right. Shut her up. So if you want, we can just go after the target now. But there's a bucket load of stuff there.
Yeah, that's what I think. Go for targets. I'll just sit back.
I like that one, Cookie.
Well, 2 have taken out.
Oh, did you get a second one, or was that?
28 there.
Oh, excellent. So it wasn't Pup. I thought you'd gone quiet.
I think on channel.
Ah, right.
So I was talking on the wrong com channel. I'm going to head back and rearm.
Yeah, no worries. I'll start up and I'll probably go and make a cup of tea. I've probably got maybe an hour in me, I think. I tell you what, if you'd got a Huey running today, if you was in with a Huey, you'd get a lot just by going and picking up all the down pilots. You know, there's a lot of work for you, and because everyone's so close, you could probably pick up at least 5 or 6 at a time if it allowed you to. Right, switch that off. Let's get going. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do is go over. I'm going to make another cup of tea in a minute, nip to the loo, and then just before I take off.
Yeah.
Anyone bought a 580 yet, or is it out? It's out the end of the month, isn't it? Anyone got one ordered?
No, not yet.
I know you will do, but not yet. But anyone in channel? I mean, in stream, ordered yourselves a 580 yet? A 580, 590 graphics card.
_McLaren said, I was thinking about a 5090.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
have they
But
addressed the power issues?
yes, the power connector's different. It's different type of cable. Comes off at an angle with more flexible cables so that your case shouldn't be battering. So instead of coming off where it was on the top, and just going up and across with really thick cables, you've got a more flexible cable arrangement, and I think you can get a third-party one that comes off on the length of the card, so that the power connector comes out towards the end of the card on the top at an angle. So therefore, hopefully, you haven't got that rigidity in the cable structure that causes the problems they were having. It's one of the reasons I never went for a 4090 when I got mine, because they'd just come out. And this card I've got now is absolutely brilliant, so I'm not going to buy anything. Hey, how'd you go? Usually we wait for them to find us. It depends on what you're doing. If you're talking about the shark, which you may well be, it's a case of moving in. The shark normally is bugged anyway, and you should see the enemies on the map. But it's a case of getting in nice and low, using terrain masking, and then just edging up and keeping your eyes open, looking out for other excuse me, just keeping your eyes on what's going on, waiting for other people to get shot at. You know what I mean? Just keep an eye on and edge up, and then get within range, but use terrain masking buildings and things to get closer to get close enough. In this particular case now, when I go out, this has got radar, so I should be able to pick stuff up. But obviously in the shark you don't have that. The other thing is, if you're used to flying by yourself, see if you can find someone else to fly with. Split up, and then you can send targets to each other quite easily. So you both excuse me. So you both work together, and then you edge up, or you could just fly really, really low as well.
I love my 6800 XT, but I feel it's not powerful enough for VR.
Yeah, that's probably right. I can't remember, Platty, are you in VR? Oh, Stingy's gone, hasn't he? I forgot. I was going to say Stingy had something similar, and then he went back to Nvidia. Have I left my door open? No. Is that you on your way out, Pop?
I'm gonna real.
Okie dokie. Right. What was I doing this? Of course, I forgot to do all the other basic things first. Still didn't actually move into threat and targets, did I? I constantly forget to do that, and it's not on my stick either. Manual radio.
Jackson said, what put me off the 5090 is that its performance lift is just 30% higher than 4090 to their compensating the AI frames. So for the most expensive card on the market, that's not impressive.
It depends where you're coming from, Jax. Yes, it's 20 to 30%, right? Uplift from the 4090. The 4090 is 100% uplift above the 3080. So if you've got a 3080, you could get 130% plus frame generation on top of that, depending if you want to pay the price. If you're coming from a 4090, then is it worth you doing? Then maybe not so much. Yeah, exactly.
Kev said, would need to do
Do you know what I mean, Jax?
Checking before I buy.
It depends where you're coming from and what you're trying to achieve. I mean, this whole frame generation stuff, I just didn't get it. You know, we can play in 4K and it looks absolutely stunning. For those that don't know what I mean, if you got, well, you wouldn't know you got a 4K vid, obviously. Otherwise, you can't see it anyway. But the point being, hey Hayden, the point being, why would you want AI to regenerate frames or generate frames where you've already got high fidelity? You know, if you've got a lower spec machine, that's fine. But why would you want something that high in a lower spec machine? I don't know whether it's because, again, they've oversold frames and the youth of today, please excuse me, the youth of today who are on, frames are not absolutely everything. I mean, I run at 60 FPS on this and it's fine. Yes, there's some fast action. Is it causing me a problem? No, it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah.
With lossless scaling, and I get to solid 120 FPS in DCS, no issues.
Yeah, exactly. So why would you want to generate a low resolution or a low frame rate with low res and then up it with software when, you know, if you've got the resolution that you can do native, it looks brilliant anyway? Why do you need, right, why do people need frames running at 234 frames a second? What is your eye doing? Is it doing that fast? Nah. Films are only like 24.9 frames a second or 25. It just doesn't make sense. I understand it for fast moving stuff and the frames when you're playing, say, Counter-Strike or something like that, where that makes a difference to some extent, but even then it doesn't go up to that level that these cards can produce. I'd rather be using the memory or the power of the card to give me a better something at what I've got. Yeah, not just latency, a loss of quality. And if you're using mechanics that depend on where your gun sight is. Yeah, there we go. It notices hitches. I mean, it's like if my frames drop down too much, I can feel it straight away. But surely you don't need that much more. So wouldn't it be better to just limit everything down to 120? Bearing in mind you must have a monitor that's capable of doing 120 anyway, and that would be more than good enough. And instead of having all that power, right, sitting there, there's better things you could do.
Generated frames are useless for first-person shooters. You have 20 FPS and generate.
Yeah, exactly.
120 FPS.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense, does it? Whereas if your cards, I mean, my card, right? Let me just show you some of my settings because people have picked me up on how come my frames are so low because I always leave it displayed there. Yeah. Exactly, that's the server tick rate. In other words, that's how many operations the server can do in a second. So if it's not servicing the data that it's getting, it's not going to do anything, is it? So with my system, basically, these are my settings, right? And instead of my card trying to sort of generate vast amounts of frames, it runs at what's the word? I sync it down to 60. The monitor can do 120, but I can't stream at 60, which is all I can stream at, and without causing problems for my head tracking, because that runs at 62. So when I run at 120, it causes a big desync. I don't fly in VR, Carmu. I don't fly in VR. I use a 4K flat screen, basically. So I'd rather go quality than frame rate and let my card work on doing the quality rather than trying to generate a lot of flames. Oh, Platty, I do apologise. Sorry. I misread that. Right, let me go and make a drink before I take off. Right. I'm going for a drink, Cookie. I'll be back. I'll be back soon.
124 radio check. 5 Alright.
1 by 5. Just thought I'd add my bit in there. Was he still sitting down? Hey, sorry. Which ZC is that? Sorry, I do have to ask. Right, have I done everything? Is my radio there? Yes, it is. Did I do this? Flight. Set? No, I didn't. At least I'm remembering it. Obviously, I'll set it to what I want and I'll look more into other little bits. Right, go back to TSD. Let's go and get some weapons. Haven't switched this on yet. I'll start it up. Probably because that's switched off. Haven't done that yet either. No, I haven't. And my APU is still on, which obviously I don't need. Sorry guys. Let's nip to the loo, make a drink. Usually finished by now, but to be fair, I'm doing alright. As in my legs and things. I found in the past that if I stream too long, they swell up, which is not great. And then discovered a bit later that I was diabetic, hence why they swell up. But I have lost some weight, and then I went pre-diabetic and my weight's still gone down, but I'm able to play a little bit longer. I can probably play longer, but I've got to go out. Right, okay, let's try again. Let's put this on just so you get a view of what's going on. I might not play much longer today, but let's see how we get on with going out and having a go at the targets that we've seen. I've got a limit of about 8k on the weapons I've got, and because to some extent you're going to end up having to use terrain masking as well.
Sucks man, but great work on focusing on getting better.
Yeah, I just had the opportunity. I'm already, you know, A, my age, you start falling apart, and B, then you got bloody high blood pressure that come from nowhere. That wasn't weight related, that was non-specific. Then I'm an asthmatic anyway, which I've been since I've been 6 or 7ish. And then cholesterol. I'm on so many bloody tablets. It's ridiculous. And I'm at the age where I get free prescriptions in the UK, which is good because all through my life, you know, it's cost me 4 prescriptions a month effectively. Don't fall over. Let me just take off again. Yeah, shut your hole. Sorry, mate. I can feel myself tipping a little bit there. Just let me get sorted. I know what I have forgotten. Pardon? It was windy here yesterday, yes. If that's what you mean. Right, there is something I forgot to do there, which was...
117 said, Laura Patsy loves to fall over like a motorcycle.
I'm glad you said that. It does a little bit at times, doesn't it? That was probably just me. Let me get some weapons on and then we can get going.
Edo_McLeod said, I was in Manchester yesterday.
I drove up to Donny yesterday morning and back again. And they were quite surprised that I bothered to go up, and I just merely pointed out that when I was young we used to have what we call a windy day or a blustery day or gusty day. We didn't have names for storms, and we didn't stop work just because it was windy. What you got to think of, Carmu, right? I understand exactly what you're saying, and yes, well, you know, a lot of people buy cheap, but to be honest, there isn't a module that I've ever bought that I would consider a pile of crap. And for that reason, sometimes instead of waiting for a sale. Sorry, I was coughing. Paying top whack for something is a good way of paying some money back to whoever the developers are for such a good module. Do you know what I mean? That's why sometimes I buy these little edge things that they come out with.
117 said, Hodo, I haven't. Hope to trial it soon, but the OH6A actually cut the line.
Right, I think we're done. You waiting for me, Cook, are you?
Well, we all are. We're all staying away of you.
Oh, good grief.
Something you want to fly on release. But I have way more modules than I need already. TBH.
You mean you're a collector?
Hodo said when the Puma released, I was against it, but when they fixed the sound issue with the help of that other company, it is a great module now.
Does it not sound like a bee still? Right, let me just do that. Okay, we're all ready to roll.
Yep.
Something about wagons. I like the way you all wait for me to get in the air to know whether it's worth waiting for me before you start moving, just in case I roll over on the floor.
There was a reason I turned the helicopter down this way to watch you.
Yeah, I can imagine. At least I get a bit more flying in now when I'm home, to be honest.
975 said, ruffle now.
See, I'm not stupid here.
At Zeus, 117OH6A is a little helicopter and really tiny compared to the Hind. The Hind is a BMP with rotors and wings. Flatty trying flying said, I buy DCS modules because it's easier than having to dust plastic models.
It's fair enough. I'm a collector as well, to be honest. I've got so many things and a lot. I've flown them all, but then forget, apart from the odd one or two.
I haven't even flown half the ones I have.
I haven't flown the F-16 yet, to be fair. Sort of trying to go back towards the route where we were, which was over on the left.
Yeah, copy that.
Let me know if I'm going too fast for you both. That's a joke.
No, that's a good healthy distance. We can watch you go in a ball of flames first.
Yeah, copy that, ball of flames.
And Apache are gathering dust.
You need to get your ass in the Apache, to be honest. It's well worth it. It really is. I mean, it's a bit of a learning curve, and the stuff, obviously, I still don't know. I'm 2 fingers and thumbs.
Indeed, I love the nimble helicopters. I can't wait for the little bird mod to release. Fingers crossed this year.
I take it when you said it's a mod, it is a mod.
Spend 1 month in each module I own. The only 2 I have recently removed have been the Harrier and Mirage 2K, only because of the Raspberry uncertainty. I love the modules, but the unknown support, I can't risk it.
The thing is, you've bought it. If you've got it, you've got it. And I think I understand a bit of the Raspberry stuff, but
I can do basic flying in all of my modules, except for the MiG-21. But I really want the Chinook, F4 and Kiowa. Eurofight Rye will most likely buy on release.
does the Hind still have the rollover thing if you go and overcook it?
17, the Hind can dance, but she is a drop compared to the Apache and OH6. I have the F4E, and it is my most flown module since its release.
It's like Toy Story, isn't it? Hey, Curtis.
First time flying helicopter general in DCS and I am still struggling with controls somehow.
Right, okay. First thing,
Luhodo said,
did you say that was
should do the retreating
first time with helicopter? Have you got any other helicopters at the moment, Curtis?
said, I'll be doing the Lord's work when the help comes out.
Oh yeah, that's really good.
Luhodo said, go over 340 kilometers per hour indicated and you will roll sharply to the
Yeah.
left.
Yeah. Something to do with retreating blade, I believe, or something like that. I don't know the full.
Lost visual on your mouth.
Yeah, copy that. Slowing down. I'll pop a flare. Flaring.
Kamu underscore said that Curtis heroes are not easy, but they are amazing. Keep at it and it will improve.
Yeah.
I don't have pedals. Highly recommend pedals.
What I was going to say to you, Curtis, is have you ever flown the Huey or the Hind? Now, you said that was your first helicopter a year ago. Have you bought the Huey or the Hind since? If not, I strongly recommend you jump into the
Gazelle
Huey and give that a whirl to get the basics of helicopter flight down, and then jump into the Shark and understand how the trimmer works, and then jump into the Apache. The Huey will give you a really good grounding in helicopters without all the technology. The Shark will give you an idea of how to use trimming and how that works. In the Apache, the trimming is similar but different.
Curtis, helicopters easy.
And tomorrow I am doing some training on the Huey from 10 o'clock GMT, and you're more than welcome to join in if you want to. And if you don't own the Huey, right,
Curtis said,
then
no, I do not have Huey nor
Right.
Hind. I do have pedals Thrustmaster for €100.
yeah,
Any recommendations for trimming and controls?
yes, matey. If you just picked up what I was saying over everybody else speaking, start with the Huey first, right? There's a very, very basic trimmer, but that will,
Honestly, I think Gazelle is as good as the Huey. And
Yeah,
learning the
but
I've got visual on someone.
holds your hand a tiny bit more. Huey is bare bones XD.
That was you flaring, then yeah, I've got you.
yeah, copy that. But the Huey, right, is because it's bare bones, it gives you fundamentals in helicopters and how they work. And if you stick with that for a bit, now bear in mind, are you this is me not paying attention.
Curtis said, and Carl underscore.
Hang on, I keep right. What I would say, right, is you can download the Huey free for 2 weeks, and you can also download the Shark free for 2 weeks when you finish with the Huey. So tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock GMT, obviously I don't know where you're from, I am doing some Huey stuff. All the people have got the Huey, flown the Huey. We got missiles. Ah, something's just dropped off my helicopter.
Right, okay.
It's airplane.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What was it?
Plane. So
Got it.
So basically, all I'm saying is you're more than welcome.
Imagine having all the modules, all the hardware, controllers, etc., but no house to set it all up in.
Yeah, that's Kev. So I've just been shot by a plane. Where's our air support?
Luhodo said, the hip is bare bones.
I'm in.
It is better than a shark. The shark throws a lot of odd things that
No, you're missing. You've completely missed the reason why you go into the Shark. The reason why you go into the Shark is because of the way the trimmer works. So it's not about what helicopter's better than another. It's you start off with a basic one with nothing in there, and you're the only one flying it. So if you can get your head around it and how it behaves, where the vortex rings kick in and all the rest of it, right, all you're learning is flying a helicopter. When you get into the Shark, the Apache trimmer is very, very similar and works very, very similar to the Shark. So if you can get your head around how it trims, and the way you would use it, then that's an. I'm stationary.
I wasn't either shut down.
No. Oh, yes, it's me. I just had a bit fall off. Do you understand what I mean? But again, we're going into helicopters, right? We. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, what you're trying to do.
Isn't that the case for Huey and Gazelle as well? The magnetic trimmers work pretty much the same.
But you're getting into more complex things. Why do you need to get into a helicopter, right, that is more complex than the very basic to learn something? You're not interested in learning and flying the Huey per se. You're not interested in learning and flying the Shark. Neg. What you're interested in... Yeah, what you're interested in is flying... What you're interested in is flying the Apache. So why would you want to get into...
Can you repeat?
Hang on.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Because net cover. Okay.
The reason why I suggest the hip over the Shark is it has a similar trimmer and it is more forgiving
But-
than the VRS and landing, and no additional systems to worry.
But there again, right, so you're negating the VRS and landing. Now, all of the helicopters VRS, and until the patch recently, the Apache would VRS as well, right? The Shark is VRSy, but what you learn from flying that is A, how to get out of VRSs. Thank you very much for the follow. And you're learning about things that are difficult to do, but not learning about anything else. So by the time you get to the Apache, after having 2 weeks in the Huey and 2 weeks and 2 weeks in the Shark, right? You've got a month of normal flying. You've got a month of understanding the different trimmer systems there, and you've also got a month of avoiding VRSs and landing and finding out what goes on. So by the time you get into the Apache, you've got those features plus more. Do you understand what I'm saying? So trying to go down a slightly different route with other slightly different systems, and as you said, having something that doesn't VRS so much is not going to prepare you for something that is capable of VRSing at the drop of a gnat's fart. Does that make sense? That's why I say it.
I'm at 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, exactly. And the Huey is such a basic helicopter, and you will learn a lot from it. The trimmer system's so basic as well. And then you step up and step up. Yes. Yeah, there you go.
Got it. I'm not exactly sure what Shark provides over Huey, but they're all amazing and should do trial for
Right.
all of them anyway. Haha. Plus H6.
Yeah, of course.
Which are free.
Of course, those other helicopters are great. But the trimmer in the Shark works as the same as the trimmer in the Apache to different degrees.
Is you don't deal with the torque due to the counter rotation
Yeah.
of the rotors. It is a very easy helicopter to fly, starting not so much. Yes.
Yeah, so it's the trimmer system from the Shark that you're going to gain on. You haven't got the rotor system, but then you've gone through the Huey. If the trimmer on this, right, is all about holding the button down, disengaging the trimmer, letting go of the button and using the trimmer, which is exactly how the Shark works. The difference being is the Shark allows you to have a 20%. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? So you just go through.
It's a Russian standard system.
That's fair enough then. But if it drops, if it drops out the air and you've got a VRS, that's a good thing to learn. Yeah, but it's not me, is it? Look. That's not me. That's just the system in the helicopter. And it looks like it's also compensated for the wind as well. because I'm sitting here at an interesting angle, as are they. Right, so there's a wind, but that is stopping the wind as well. Right, okay. Yeah, scanning. Sorry, I was having some interesting conversations in chat at the moment. I've got nothing here. I'll scan round to the right and left and then let you know.
I got some enemies, but almost 10 k's away.
Yeah, it's a little bit too far. All right, after this I'll push forward and we'll see what we can get. I've got a couple of helicopters. Oh, we got something moving in.
Are you using altitude hold as well?
Yes.
I never get it this way. I think the holds hate me XD.
The problem is with the holds on this and the trimmer is they've got lots of different modes.
You heard you said you will learn the
Okay, we've got something flying round to our left, whether it's a helicopter or plane, I don't know.
same for the hand when right, which translates
Yeah,
to
copy that.
40 to 50
Something is fired
on western
on the right.
Yeah, coming in fast for you who... Oh no, sorry, belay that. That is you, you're further out, aren't you, on the right? So yeah, the way these work is in the Shark, the trimmer system has a 20% authority, right? And when you want to get into using the trimmer system for hovering and going into an auto hover, or sorry, use the auto hold for hovering, you want to slow it down as much as you can. It's the same with this. If you slow this down, is that Charlie in front of us?
I don't know.
Someone's blown up unless Charlie's killed someone. Charlie, copy. Might be Charlie.
Sorry, I covered.
No, it's not playing like I'm still up. Copy.
Yeah, copy that. Redbeard died. Okay. Yeah, gonna move, gonna drop down and go forward.
Just flew over. Army_said RWR is angry at Charlie the XD.
Oh, bump my wheels. Ignore that. That was a bit stupid. But anyway, you get my gist. I know what I just did.
Said, and probably tore the gun off.
Yeah, probably. I won't use that anyway. Who needs a gun? Do you know what I did? Because I was that busy talking helicopters, I went straight to my usual trimmer.
Wheels spinning like a toy car XD.
Oh, is the gun gone? No, gun's gone. It was only a little touch. It was only a little touch.
Rifle.
The problem I did there was I went straight to my usual trimmer, and my usual trimmer is the CMS on the Warthog stick. That's my default trimmer. When I moved to the Apache, that became the weapons. I normally try and keep the same buttons through all the helicopters to do much the same job. And that's the first time I've ever actually gone for the wrong one. Because once you start to learn, you want to try and keep a level of consistency. This comms is way too loud. I've already can't hear the I can't hear engine noises.
I got shut down by something. Yeah, JF-17 killed me.
Yeah, that's the problem when we start getting close, is we start getting all these planes coming in and so on.
Yeah.
Still 11 clicks away, Cookie.
Stuff out.
We're not going to get close to it then, are we?
We are gonna.
Or do you place
Yeah.
the stick and tap the trimmer?
No, holding the trimmer down, the trimmer's completely disengaged. So this is me flying right with the trimmer disengaged. So as I said, it's like the shark. When you fly and you're adjusting in the shark, you disengage the trimmer. When you're ready to get back into the trimmer, then you position yourself, let go of the trimmer, and then it does more or less what you want. This is a little bit more finicky. The amount of control the trimmer has over the axis is way, way, way less than what the Apache gives you, what the Shark gives you. Now, accidentally, I've caught that there. That's unintentional, the attitude one. There we go.
Again, extreme warning.
Yeah, copy. There's not a lot we can do with it, is there really? So what I do to get into a hover look is slow it down, right, then put it in attitude hold, then put it in altitude hold, and then just give it a little bit of time to relax, chill out, get itself into a hover. And it, as you can see, it doesn't take long at all. Do you see what I mean?
Said, I started flying like that in the Gazelle originally, but in the past few years I got the bad habit of not using the trim,
Yeah.
placing the stick where I want and then tapping the trim.
What have you? Who you killed?
No, I spoke in Facebook.
CWV
Oh.
Redbeard said,
I spoke right on.
Yeah, I saw that Redbeard. Yeah, he's just said he spawned on top of you. He does apologise. Let me drink my drink before I move on. Just 1 minute.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Redbeard.
But you see how quick that gets into a stable trim, right? And that allows you to drink your cup of tea. You see?
no backslash.
And how could I do that? Just learn.
Yuhodo said, I fly mostly Russian hills and I hate the black shark, only because it is too much on the pilot. That and the optics are horrible.
The optics are not great. I think, I'm not sure when you say it's too much on the pilot, in what way? The only things I don't use in that really are I don't use any of the bombs. I just don't see the point. You know, we never go against anything that's that simplistic that you can just go and drop bombs in a shark on it. And I don't use the flight director in terms of getting it to automatically fly to waypoints. But the shark does teach you a lot about using that style of trimmer, which is what I was... oh, right. Okay. I don't think it's too bad. I think it's like everything. It's just practice.
Is the hound. But to be fair, I fly it more like a slow 18.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I've never thought that the...
Zeus 117 said, have you guys played with lofting in the shark?
Lofting with somebody else lasing, you mean, or just popping it up? You really reckon?
The Russian army phased it out for the Ka-52.
I don't really think of it in that way. Admittedly, I've been cocking up left, right and centre today, but usually with any of the helicopters I fly, and the A-10 and used to be the F-18, the AV-8 and stuff, is once you've spent the hours in it, you don't even have to think. And getting your head around this, I'm not so familiar with. I just need more hours, to be honest. There's quite a lot for me to learn other than the basic level.
Zeus 117 said, popping up to about 30 degrees,
Mm.
9 to 10 kilometers out and firing off unguided rockets.
Right, yes, have tried that before.
Yuhodo said, no, I have read the reports. The Russians retired the Ka-50 to scouting duties before retirement back in 2005 and replaced it 52.
In real life, maybe I can understand that in real life, because you haven't got all the automation. You've just got some basics and quite a hefty trimmer. But in game, I mean, after all, it is just a game. It's not exactly stressy to fly. Me and Pup fly it a lot and use it for sending targets. The targeting system on it, once you get used to it and you send a target, how it will locate the target and all the rest of it is absolutely brilliant. Right, where are you, Cookie?
Just a bit further up that track, to the right of you, at the top of the little mound, the hill.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, but what I'm saying is the work life. It's like there's a lot of people, right, will say, oh, I don't use trimming at all. And there's somebody who I heard once say in the Black Shark, oh, I don't use those channels at all because, you know, it's unnecessary. So he flies it without the dampeners on or the SAS in the A10. Okay, I understand that. But it's a game. It's not like they're there because they're there in real life. They're used in the same way as in real life. But in real life, your arm doesn't really ache when you've been flying and you're using cables or flying a Huey and your arm is falling off after about 5 or 10k because you've got to hold the stick in a certain position. So the fact that they're there, then use them for flying, do you know what I mean? And without having, you know, if something is difficult to fly in real life, I don't see how it would be difficult, you know, in-game, to be honest. And I never quite know how realistic some of these things are. As we mentioned earlier, you know, they're going to do an F-35. So how realistic is that likely to be? Probably not at all. It's based upon what people think. I mean, it's a bit of a shame that they're doing it, to be honest. You've got a skin that's an F-35. You may as well get somebody turn around and do a mod of the M35 and use some other plane and just put a new shell on it and say, look, you've got an F-35 now. What's the point? But yeah, workload in real life related to workload in-game, I think it's two different things. I think the workload on this is a lot.
The K-50 is modelled about 90% of the real one. Its weapons are a bit suspect.
Probably. They're probably more accurate in-game than they are in real life. Probably. But it's a great helicopter to fly, and it's never come over to me as being a particularly heavy workload. This one is because I'm learning, and I don't like using FCR as much as I could because it takes away the fun of flying, targeting, getting the pilot to remain on the laser long enough for you to get something blown up with a missile.
I get in the hind over most of them.
The hind is good. It's nice and fast. And I used to fly that quite a lot. Once you get used to how it handles. But this is good with two. No, George is asleep. I don't use the AI if I can help it. And I think this is a much better helicopter with two people.
You heard you said the hip handles like the hind. Same helicopter?
Yeah, they are very similar. They both got boobs, haven't they, at the front? Just looks like a slimmed down version. Okay. I am going to get such a battering soon, I think. I need to get quite low. Just looking for the terrain to lift up a bit. It's also getting dark as well, like last week.
Farmu_ said, agreed. I actually don't even like flying the Apache without my buddy who we fly together with.
Yeah.
To solo fly it might as well fly the hind.
It's my view is this, right? As more things get more modern.
Luhodo said, no really, the hind is a modification of the hip platform. Same engines, same road type.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I'm aware of that.
Same helicopter.
But what I was saying is, as things get more and more modern and things become more and more BVR, right, then the inclination to want to fly them gets less, because it changes from flying and shooting into a just learn the systems and get on with it. And if you're going to do that, I mean, even as they show now, what's the most prolific weapon in any of the modern day battles? It's a drone. And you get to the point where things become more and more modern, you may as well just fly a drone. Do you know what I mean? I think it would be great if we got control of drones in this, to be honest, and somebody could act as the eye in the sky. I think it would be brilliant, but there isn't one.
Copy that.
I don't know why we haven't got one.
Zeus 117 said, I just want the H6J and some variant of the CH53.
Yeah, well, we'll see what we get. I'm just a bit disappointed that, I would let them off with the Shark 3. Obviously we haven't got infra and all the rest of it.
For the longest time I only liked World War II flight sims
Yeah.
for that reason. But I started to enjoy BVR as its own style of combat, and there's a lot of good flying to be done. But it's way more about SAR.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit like, the people who enjoy Microsoft Flight Sim. It's all about the prep, the taking off, the landing, the execution than it is for, the bit in between. Do you know what I mean? Getting closer. I'm 8 clicks out. No eyes yet.
To run me to accept.
Yeah, I'm not.
What I watched that.
behind you. I'm scanning. I can't see anything.
No, I'm not seeing anything at all at the moment. I'm using some of these orange groves to try and merge in a bit, but I don't know whether it's effective.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, copy that.
I do XD, and doing the planning of wars.
Yeah, exactly.
Procedures
Which-
is really the most fun part.
Yeah, which is absolutely fine. It's just that when you're flying in a plane and you haven't got a target as such, there's something in the distance that you can't see. It just feels to me like, wouldn't you rather just send a drone up to do it? And I was reading something on some Star Citizen video.
Issues with the BVR. There are tactics to learn there, but always be ready for ACM. I have just about every module except DCS's World War II stuff, Korean War, and the A10.
You haven't got the A10? See, that is one of the things that I know really, really well. And it's not necessarily using it for its purpose that I find fun.
Around fighter pilots.
No, that's fair enough. I always say if people have got a preference, then go with your preference. If you haven't, you go with the F-18 if you don't know where to start. But the A10 on its own right is relatively basic compared to everything else. It is a bit of a learning curve, of course. But when you're taking out SA10s and SA11s with the A10C, that it was never ever designed for, and you're flying it to the capabilities of what it is.
It is so dead.
It's the blowing something up with an A10 when you got a range, if you look at it, about 7.5 miles, right? And you do it and you get out.
Absolutely love the
I mean, that is as good as shooting something down with a World War II plane. Do you know what I mean? Using it for something it wasn't designed for, and then just using your wits and using terrain masking and whatever you're provided with.
I used to kill SA10s in a
Yeah.
Mirage F1.
Yeah. But doing that sort of thing with, as I says, an A10 is even... You just have to have a different techniques and things. And it is a fantastic plane. The fact you can fly around for a few hours as well is quite amazing. But then again, in the F-18, if you fly up to where you're supposed to fly up and go from there, you can fly the F-18 without any bags and do quite a lot. It's this incessant flying it as fast as you can at low altitude and then wondering why you run out of fuel. I'm just trying to...
That is because only if
Right.
the servers actually set up SA-10 sites the correct way.
Yeah.
Grey flags started setting them up.
Right.
I know, take you to.
Going to a hub, I got a load of targets in front of me, Cookie. Just letting this settle. There we go. So the trouble is where I am and the height I am, I don't think I'll be able to fire at these necessarily. One of the things I am going to do is go into weapons. I don't think I've done it already. Switch everything to all. Okay. Go back to TSD. I haven't got scope on either. And there's all the targets. Right. I'll do a test fire, Cookie, see what happens. Rifle. Look what I've done all this way. What a twat. Excuse my French.
I came into DCS with the attitude of energy is life from World War II, so I always like being as high as I can using as little fuel as possible.
Yeah, exactly. But that's where the F-18 comes in, isn't it? You know, it tells you, look at the FPAS page, what's it telling you? Fly this high, look how long your fuel lasts. So then people fly like a couple of 1,000 feet, whizzing around like I don't know what, going, oh, I've run out of fuel. Right, rifle. Let's follow that in, shall we?
A very short while ago, I learned you can use the alpha for that as well.
Not sure what we're going at here. Oh, I see. We're going after an orange tree. That was probably a tank. Yeah, it's a tank. Okay. Plenty of targets ahead. Cookie, round about 6k. Copy that. He's not dead, is he? Oh, there he is.
Yehuda said, anything it depends on the era of the server.
Rifle.
In the 1980s, you want to avoid
Rifle.
systems as the SA-5s and SA-2s
Rifle.
that kill you pretty easily out of 30
Rifle.
to 60 nanometers when high, even when defending.
Rifle as well.
Thousands, you can easily defeat most SAMs except the S-300.
Yeah. And there's a Chinese one, isn't there? The SA-2s, right? This is the interesting thing. If you go out with a Huey and gunners, AI or otherwise, you can basically just take out SA-2 sites, no problem at all. If they just SA-2s. If they've obviously got other defences with them to cover them, fair enough. But SA-2 sites, you just go out with a Huey and take them out. Which again is fun in itself, do you know what I mean? Because it's a Huey. Let me have a look, see what I've got there. I don't know, I may as well just, for what it's worth, just keep out firing.
Range of 4 nanometers and a minimum engagement altitude of 1
Exactly.
feet. Rare UH-1 gets over 500.
Exactly. Yeah, indeed. Especially with a shark.
Attacking a SAM with a helicopter is the most
Rifle. Rifle. That's me done. Now I've got to pop my head up. I think some of these may still be in flight. Let's have a look. Probably killed all the trucks and a few tanks as well. And a urinal.
Yehuda said, this is why real SA2s were defined
Yeah, exactly.
as SU-23 for us and ZU-57s and the occasional SA-8.
No, that's absolutely fine. F-18s are really, really good.
It's like hide and seek. Pedro_McLeod said, yeah.
Right, so
I love the Hornet. It's a jack.
the weapons that I've got left now are normal lasers. And there's not a lot I can do with these now. So what I'm going to do, hopefully, is switch on my guy over there. Give him the missiles. Now, what I don't know is whether George is using the FCR or what, because he's definitely not going to see anything, is he? So let's freeze that.
And that is just for the challenge. If I want easy, I get any 16 or JF. I can tell you anything on a server in the jet.
Rifle, it was George, not me. Follow George, see what he does with it. Oh, that's not mine, is it? Look, he's doing it. Yeah, George is just shooting shit, I'm afraid. That's good. Yeah, he keeps shooting shit because he's on not sure what he's firing at.
McLeod said, the JF is something I really want to get back into TPH. I haven't flown it.
Oh, that was one of mine. That's one of mine. Yeah, George is going a bit bananas and firing, and there's a shit ton of missiles flying around from somewhere. Just thought I'd mention that.
I raised up the 4 magnums.
Ah, right. I'm empty now, by the way.
Camu_ said, George just chill walking.
Yeah, that's about right. It's what he does. I didn't need your lasing, mate. Have you not bought any missiles? Oh, the F-16s, yeah. I like the CBU 105s. In fact, it's like the CBUs. I even like sort of having the wind correction mode that you can use on the CDU for the 97s, and how all that works. I find it fascinating. We've got something on the right hand side. I can't tell what it is. It looks like an enemy plane, Cookie. There's a couple of fixed wings. They're only about 8 clicks away.
Yeah, right. I was shooting at one of them.
Yeah, okay. I was being lased by something up there. There's still stuff up ahead, Cookie. George has got a gun, hasn't he? Okay, sending George in with guns. Unfortunately, I'll be with him. Now, let's come out of this if I can. Which it's not letting me, which is no surprise there. So what I'm going to do is switch this off.
Because the cell is a missile, can be shot down unless they fix that.
Let's have a look.
Units never shoot at bombs and the 105
Let's have a look. What am I trying to do? Util FCR. Off you go. Right, let's go back on to Tad's. Go into the Tad site, see where he's looking, and give him guns. Have I switched him off? Did I switch him off by accident then? Oh no, he's still there, he's got the guns. Okay. Right, so Let's look up over here.
Hammer_ said, are you sure? I think I saw Edgedam get shot at while engaging a SAM site in Berwick's stream a few weeks ago.
Okay, something moving in from the right. Okay, that was to me. Yeah, I've been shot. So watch out, Cookie. Yeah, I get the gist. I get the gist. She does go on a bit.
Pedro_McLeod said, can you still fly that thing?
No, engine's gone. Took one of the engines out. I'm not going to be able to lift up. I know. Well, I saw the missile warning. I was looking out and I was thinking, yeah, there's a missile coming from somewhere. I didn't think it was at me, but it'll be planes, I think. Let's have a little look around. What have we got up? Who's this? This is probably Charlie, but I'm not sure. Oh, it's Pup. Okay. And if we look, just make sure player Melv.
Seeking sub-munitions.
Yeah, this is looking nice now with this light level, isn't it? I'm going to have to go in a minute. I've got to go to the barber's, which is a mammoth task. And then come back and have a shower and then get the other half. Yeah, no worries, matey. Be nice to see you in. Who's in the 16? Hey, Redbeard. Okay. Yeah, DCS has come a long way. If some of you haven't been in it for, you know, if you were in it donkeys years ago, you'll see the changes. I'm still not up on how far they got with the clouds. I've not flown the Jeff. I've seen it, but it's not one. I'm not. I've got a few fast movers, but it's not my prime thing. If I want to do fighters, I would go World War II, which is great fun. Otherwise, I just use. Pardon? Yeah, it's probably a plane. Let's have a look. Or it could have been an orange tree. Do you think it? You was above the orange. Are you sure? Ah, yeah, it says, there we go. Blue player, Cookie died by orange tree. No, it was a tank. It was T-80, mate, he killed you. It was laughing as it fired because you'd hovered in the same place for so long. That's what it said to me. I know. Or it was an angry orange tree threw an orange at you. Right, guys, I think that's it